What's up, gang? How everybody doing? I hope everybody doing good because I am. Check this out, gang. We solved the case. We solved the case. We solved the case. I'm gonna need everybody attention. I'm gonna need everybody to focus. I'm gonna need everybody to focus. We solved the case. See what I'm talking about? We gonna get started till everybody get through doing their meet and greet. Uh, I'm dead serious about this. If the chat ain't talking about what I'm talking about, ask you to leave. Know what I'm talking about? You can't throw me video whoop. I'm like, see what I'm talking about, gang? So look, we solved the case. Man, I ain't got no more questions. No more questions. Look at all them receipts I showed. See what I'm saying? Look at all the receipts that I showed. Right? So look, I'm finna show you how we solved the case. Right? And I ain't gonna be live too long, gang, cause it won't even take me long really to explain this since you got all the facts, since we got all the facts. So look, check this out. I'm gonna need everybody's attention. Let's go to this right quick, right? And I'm finna break down this timeline. Now we know they just arrived, right? Around, we're gonna tell them out. Now we see when they arrived. See where they were headed. You see how they move. Let's look at. I should have to explain what time this. I should have to explain what's the real timeline on this. So watch this. Everybody's setting up. Yeah, we can scratch this off the list, right? Right. Now we're gonna start from one song. When they got the pocket tickets before Kenneka came out the room. So Bree was already playing on TV before Kenneka came out the room. Right? So boom, check this out. Right? This when everybody rapping, right? And we should know what time this is. All right. Now look, everything that's going on. Now y'all see all the movement. We gonna start, right? Now y'all see this. We gonna start from this time frame. We already know this at what time? 1:26. That's what we gonna focus on. One. It won some, right? See this at one some. Remember these look who in the lobby, look who all on the move. At one some. Boom. One some. Boom. 133. See what I'm talking about? Remember, cause Kenneka got off on the elevator. Hold on. Right here. So boom. It's at 125. Bree in the lobby at 126. So when Bree left out the lobby, while Kenneka walked down her, she had to turn around. Won't it make sense? She had to turn around and come back in the hotel. So if this at 130, if this at 136, I believe, now 132. If this at 132, that means she was out there. So that's like 8 minutes, right? So check this out. 130, 140, 140. Look, 142, 150, 150, 150, 153. Watch how we finna solve this, child. Now you see a lot of movement at 153. See that? Remember everything Kilo Brown said, straight drop. Like, remember all of this. 156. So they moving around, ain't it? Look what all you see at 1 o'clock, right? Now it's 2 o'clock. So that's like a 30-minute span. We see these people heavily in the hallway in a 30-minute span. Notice who all on the footage. 219, 220, right here, and I'm gonna stop it right. Remember this?
So there you go. That was it. It was pretty cool, and me and him.
Mike Larry with the strikes. Right. So the king ain't.
I'm a businesswoman, not a baby woman. Taxi!
You have a boardroom full of executives.
Right. Weirdo. T-Night wanna fight. Man in the face might be the only one right.
Come on in. Oh, Mother Hubbard went to a cupboard to get a poet dog.
Was it murder or mystery? Was she 5'9", 5'6"? Was she 130 or 150? Was she drop is a mystery? 5'9", 5'6". Was she 130 or 150?
Right? So let's go to this.
And they were not happy about the service. Late that night, the toilet would not flush and now constantly running and disturbing our sleep. I called the front desk a few times with no answer. I got very upset as they were not answering to go downstairs. It was late, around 1 a.m.
T-Night wanna fight. Man in the face might be the only one right. Was it it murder or mystery? Was she 5'9", 5'6"? Was she 130 or 150?
At the front desk a few times with no answer. I got very upset as they were not answering to go downstairs. It was late, around 1 a.m.
They said ooh, the law.
Immediate reaction was something happened. As I began to walk towards the front desk, a police officer stopped me. He asked me what I wanted. I thought this odd to ask and told him how I needed maintenance to come to my room due to the running toilet. He laughed and said, "Just put a pillow over your head." As I started to walk forward, he placed his arms on my chest and said, "Stop right there." I said, "Why are you placing your hands on me?" He said, "Sorry, I cannot let you go further." I said, "Why? What's going on?" He said, "Nothing at all. Just return to your room. That is what I am telling you to do, and forget what's going on here." I felt something was going on the right to know. I went back upstairs furious. My wife asked me, as I was now so irritated, making noise to wake her. I told her. Then she got very angry. She dialed the front desk. A lady answered, and I could hear my wife speaking to her. "Why are you not allowing my husband to go to the front desk? We need maintenance." She apologized and said no one can come to the lobby at this moment.
What time they say Jack? And y'all look, y'all. Don't worry about this scene right here. I'ma skip this. Wanna know why they cause I show y'all what was really going down in one song. Now look, what this lady saying that when they walked down there and seen all these people talking to the police, that's why she said, damn, something must have happened. Right? And you got all these people, right? So check this out.
"Is something going on at the hotel?" Maintenance. She dialed the front desk. A lady answered, and I could hear my wife speaking to her. "Why are you not allowing my husband to go to the front desk? We need maintenance." She apologized and said no one can come to the lobby at this moment. My wife asked, "Is something going on at the hotel?" I could hear no and her continuing to talk to my wife, but not hear the conversation. My wife got off. Naturally, I was anxious to hear what she told my wife. My wife
Watch this, gang. Now y'all see Red Jacket back here? He in the lobby round one something. Cause right now it's just two, right? He was already in the lobby at one something. I'm finna show you when he was in the lobby. He came in the lobby. I got to go to the actual footage and show you when he was in there. So look, right? Check this out. This how we finna solve the case. And we got everybody in the lobby and the police. And we know the police stopping people walking because they got to do business. You know what I'm talking about? They got a serious crime going on. But remember this red jacket. It point him in the lobby and you can see it, right? So when you listen to her,
said they were making a film downstairs and sorry that we were being inconvenienced. That if we could be patient until morning, they could have a manager call us. I found it very odd that we were never told they would be filming in the hotel. I could not sleep. I had to see for myself. When I got to the elevator, it would not allow me to go to lower lobby, only the floor above. I got off and walked downstairs to see the lobby. I didn't see any big film productions. Mostly cell phones out, but many kids in the lobby hanging around, walking around. Older folks with luggage just hanging around. As I began to walk towards the front desk, a security guard ran towards me and told me to go back to my room. I asked if there was a problem. He said, "It's okay, please go now." I asked if those kids were causing a problem. He said, "No, it's okay. We just don't want to have any others in the area." I couldn't do much about it but go back upstairs. I told my wife and she said she was not happy with the service and wanted to check out. I agreed as we were here for holiday and did this hotel was
Now check this out, gang. Now watch this what she just basically said. Now look, you see red jacket, right? Y'all see red jacket. This at 150. Now look, this at 150, he in the lobby. Walk by the front desk, right? He in the back office. Look at this. Now there's communication while he on the walkie-talkie. Could be talking to the police. Because you know they got to have communication, right? That's why he on that walkie-talkie round one something that lady just said. Boom. Now look, she explained everything was going on at once. Song. What a coincidence. You see that? In the lobby. Check this out. You got security. She look, she so everything playing out at 1 o'clock, just like we said, right? Cause look, we see what he got going on. This the perfect timing when that witness caught them in the act, right? This a dead giveaway, gang. I mean, how they gonna explain if this going and check this out? That's why he gone from the front desk. He left his workstation. He left his workstation. He could be in it somewhere around that hotel. I know where he went to. Because that other camera showed him, look. So this what they were doing when the police was stopping everybody in the hallway. Now we know why. Now we know why. Because the police letting them do whatever they want with Kenneka. That's why things intense. At one something, I might as well just.
It's just not for us. The next day, September
Y'all see that on the footage? What you gonna lie?
9th, my family checked out. While waiting, I chatted up with a guy who I'd seen in the cafeteria to say hello, who asked me, "Do you find something odd about this hotel?" I found that a strange question to answer. We did not like it due to lack of service and rudeness by staff, the pool closing disappointing our kids. His reply was there was something more going on here. I seen cops. He mentioned, well, you do know that they have an organ place next door. Them cases I seen some folks look like carriers. Maybe they're snatching organs there. And he laughed out loud. I was stunned and just stared and said nothing more to him. Felt more uncomfortable and just wanted to check out and get it done and get the hell out of there. When we checked out, they gave us a coupon to stay one night free at the Holiday Inn. We then went to another hotel and enjoyed the rest of our holiday. I wrote a review about my complaint on their website, but they never approved it. A few months later, my son said, I saw your family on a video on your holiday about the death of the girl where you stayed. My son asked what he was talking about, and his friend said, it is a big case going on at the hotel you all stayed at that got him into, as they say, it was a murder, to watch YouTube videos and go to their website and their whole file on it. So we began to review things. I got the link that he was talking about and told me about it, and we watched and saw our family in the police video. Him and us in the video. I watched but did not understand what was going on. I showed my wife, now freaking out. We both panicked and began to look at each other. Information about this. In the video, I recognized many. The security guard, the blonde lady, a few businessmen I had seen, and some of those thug-looking kids. When I viewed the drunk girl in the hallway, my heart sank. When I viewed the kitchen she walked through, I ran into the bathroom and threw up. I was very confused. We heard nothing about this while staying there. Why are all we in the surveillance when we had already left the hotel?
Now check this out. Y'all see what she explained that one song. So when we were seeing all those dudes in the hallway, the lobby, we know the police was on the other side of that camera. We know the police were right at the elevator while they were walking those hallways with Kenneka. It's no doubts about that. So then she said she recognized the blonde lady. Now, it ain't the training, it's the girl with the white t-shirt, right? It's the girl with the white t-shirt. So if she said she seen DP at 1 o'clock, at one something going on 2, that's when Sergeant Rose said that's when she came out the room. You see what I'm saying? So if that was going on, right? Look, watch this game. Check this out. This said 159. This said 159. Who you see? Red jacket. And we know where Kenneka is right now at 159. So we already know where Kenneka is. We just seen everybody going back world at one something. This at 2 o'clock. Look, this at 2 o'clock and watch what he doing. Now I understand this whole video. So this at 2 o'clock, gang. And watch what, guess what finna blow y'all mind. But look what he got. Watch this, what he finna do. This fucked me up when I saw this. Look, you see what he got? Coffee cup. Meaning he finna go straight to the kitchen. Cause you gonna have to fill it up. And you need a reason to go in that kitchen. You see that, gang? Clear as day on the footage. Now you know who left the coffee cup and what time they will be in the kitchen. And what time they will be in the kitchen. But look, check this out. Watch this though. That ain't even all, right? Cause the lady said she seen the red jacket. So look how the time telling. Cause at this point, we know where Monique and them at. Cause look, while he grabbed a coffee cup, right? Y'all wanna know where Monique is? Let's go right here. Hold on. At 2:27, look where Monique and them finna go. Payal. Payal. You see where Monique and them finna go? Uh-oh. Boom. Jack. Y'all see that shit? Man, that timeline showing. So that's going on with this. Bam. Now look, the time skip, right? Watch this, cause look, that's why the time skip. See, look, when he left out the door, that's why that time skip. So that jump skip from 2 o'clock. Y'all see that? It skipped. Now that motherfucker is at 3. This at 3:27. Boom, this at 3:27. Watch this. So that means when he came back to the front desk counting Kenneka money, and look, that's why the maintenance man, now that's why they finna have a big old argument in that junk. Cause now you can read the body language. And watch this. Man, this cold blooded. He showed him something, and whatever he showed him changed the whole mood. So he bag up. Uh-oh. Cause remember, when he went in the kitchen for that coffee cup, remember this. You got another employee in the kitchen. So look, Red Jacket and him is proof they went in their kitchen. round two something, right? Cause this at 2:30. So if this at 2:30, they was back there for about 30 minutes with Kenneka, right? They about 30 minutes, right? Look. Man, this cold game. That's how they did it. That's why I was like, man, then watch this. Look, telling him how to cut the freezer on. Look, boom, 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 boom. And watch how his move finna be when he look. Since he got you talking, so I'm finna go with he cut the freezer on. So when he cut the freezer on, I keep this in mind. I bet you this when he probably cut that freezer on. Cause since he know he cutting on that freezer, since he knew that Kenneka was in that basement somewhere, a lower level kitchen, right? This would make a whole lot of sense. At 3:30, why he crying? You see that? And that's why he need tape. See that he got tape. All of this. Look what they doing. It's looking like they finna go kill the girl. Cause remember she still living, shallow breathing. Look, no wonder. No fucking wonder. Cause you gotta think about this. You gonna have to take her out. You just can't let nobody find the girl still alive. Look how look, you see this shit? Man, this case is solved, Jack. 333. 336. Boom. Still got tape in his hand. Look, he on the move. See that? Every time he go in the kitchen, cause keep this in mind, guess where he was at? On the lower level in the kitchen. Both of them. See that? That's why they came up with the theory at 3:30, she in the kitchen. That's why they came up with the theory, said she walked in there. See that? Hi y'all. See that gang? That's why Straight Drop can't, cause look, he was present. He there with Kenneka. That's why Straight Drop was like, yeah, go by the ice machine. He dressed up in all black. That's who he talking about is him. You see what I'm saying? That's why they kept running in and out the kitchen before the chef showed up. That's why when I show y'all the kitchen down on the lower level and all those maintenance men were walking back there, and I'm like, look, y'all see they moving back there, they going, that's where she is. 3:45. So that means, so look, when he described that movement like a nigga was hit with something, I bet you employee did that. Cause if you got red jacket left out the room and the dude was telling him this how you cut the, you know what I'm saying, cut the freezer on, you know what I'm saying, on the circuit breaker box, right? And we know Kenneka was still alive when wherever they put her at. You see what I'm saying? Whatever they put her at. So if you got red jacket and him in the kitchen at the same time, he talking about what somebody did to her while they was in the kitchen. An employee did it. Or he could have did it. Somebody at Crown Plaza did it. See that look. Hi y'all, Jack. This case is solved. So look, if this at threesome, look. If there was at threesome, look.
To take you serious. You took your friend up out of here and you didn't come back with her. So everybody's wondering, like everybody knew what was going on. No, nobody know what's going on because all they know is that that bitch came and took her friend up out of there off that bed and ran her ass up out of there. And she came and returned like in her mind, she like, so and so didn't return back to the room. They like, no, bitch. You took her out of here, bitch. Where'd she go? She's like, girl, help me look for her. And they looking at her, bitch, like, what the fuck you mean help you look for her? Oh, come on, it's time to go. Now everybody's scattering, getting up. Now the girl makes a status. She's like, girl, you don't give a fuck about your best. She's like, shut up, because when I told y'all to help me look for her, wasn't nobody trying to help me look for her. So meantime, in between time, y'all, this is at 3-something in the morning.
3-something in the morning. See that? And look what they doing 3 in the morning. And look what this lady said 3 in the morning.
All I kept doing was relaying back what I saw in my head. My wife, son, and myself had many sleepless nights, writing what we could recall down, going over video surveillance to try to figure out those key memories. Although I did not want to get my kids involved, they often walked around the hotel, went to the pool, restaurant to watch the videos to see if they'd seen anything, people, etc. In viewing, we found 2 portions of our family in the surveillance walking the halls. My wife then noticed the date on the video was not the date we stayed there of us being seen. In the surveillance, the date said the 9th. We had checked out already. We looked at each other and said, WTF, how is that possible? We combed through many YouTube videos. Oddly, some were saying how they were edited, timestamps included. But why? My wife was scared we were now on video. Would the police call us? We did not know what to do. Naturally, I called the hotel to speak to the manager. The Rosemount police, I left numerous voicemail messages with them. No call returned to this date.
Now check this out. This why the kitchen, if you looking at the kitchen, right, we know what time it is. You see why the time skip on that John? Look, check this out, gang. Damn, my bad, y'all. Now look, y'all see that? This at 140. Hold on, where is it? Yeah, this at 134. 134, gang. Time finna skip. Boom. That's why you got the towel moved in the sink. It skipped to 205, right? So something happened in this area for the sink to move. For anything in the sink to move, right? Time finna skip again to 233. Now you understand why all these time skipping going on round about this time. Because we know what this camera's showing right here. See that why that's going on, right? And once you go back to this time frame, see that he going in the kitchen. This is, you see this? Hold on, wait a minute. Right here. This the part I need. Right here. Hold on. Now right here. This the part. Now y'all see that? That's why. You see what I'm saying? You gotta you gotta skip that time frame in here. So that's where he finna go in the kitchen. You see what I'm saying? He grabbing a coffee cup and we got time skip. And look what time he gonna come back, right? See, you see how that junk skipped the hour and this junk skipping. See that it already done skipped. So these hoes jumped at the same time. They jumped at the same time. And so look, so when you play these hoes together and look at this, look how that perfectly match up. They got cups and shit. They got cups in their hand. And the camera showed them going in the kitchen. You just don't just see them where they went in the kitchen. Y'all see that? That's sad, man. That's cold blooded. And check this out. That's why, look, right here, this at 135. Right? This was going right here. This would be going on at 135 when the girl coming out the room. And he would be doing this shit at 3:29. Really at 3:30. So if he telling him how to cut the freezer on at 3:30, at 3:30. Hold on. Go back to where I was at. Yeah, at 3:30, right? Once you go back to this what they want you to think. She was walking when she went in there. Instead of they don't want you to watch this video showing how the freezer how who would have access to it 3:30. Look, and what you see right here. You got Red Jacket heading their way, and this where they came up with show her around this time walking in the kitchen. Now you like, damn, we know Kenneka didn't walk back there. The camera show her walking back there. But look, if you saying she was being carried at this moment, I show y'all who would be carrying her, the security. And he would be present. You see what I'm saying? Y'all don't see what's wrong with this picture. This they don't want you to show. Who would cut the freezer on around 3 something? Who would be in the kitchen around 3 something? This camera here showed it. And look what this camera would show if they didn't fuck with it. You see what I'm saying? It would show you what they was doing for 30 minutes back here to an hour. Now look, you see what's going on the screen? This would be exactly what Tay Zonde video would be explaining. Because If you look at it, you know what time this is, right? This at 150 something. You see what I'm saying? Look how everything matching up, and then go to Zach TV when the lady called him and like, Zach, the dude with the red striped shirt. Look at the people with the luggage all in the lobby. You see what I'm saying? Pow, pow, Jack, and boom. So Tayzonde video is highly, highly need to be investigated. They need to subpoena that because they just gave away the whole. It just really exposed 1 o'clock. Going on 2 o'clock. So if this 150, if this going on 150, close to 2 o'clock, close to 2 o'clock, right? Let's go to this shit. Close to 2 o'clock. Look, at 2 o'clock. While they was in the lobby, he was back here finna go grab his coffee cup while they go in out the lobby door, walk around the building, go in the kitchen. Simple as that, gang. Simple as that. So that's why Tayzonde said this, right? Cause we look. So when you play all this shit together with this,
In the meantime, I continued sleepless nights coning through these files that were police reports, watching more video surveillance hours on end to see if more footage of my family was on it. I only saw the 2 clips so far of all of us, but recognized some of those people in the lobby and front desk. I recognized the blonde lady in the surveillance, the security guard, but the people at the front desk I'd never seen before except September 8th, and were not the same when we went in on September 6th nor checked out. We could only think perhaps they changed shift. This was very stressful for all of us. No one is responding to any of our emails or calls. In speaking to a lawyer, they said as long as our faces are blurred, it does. Tests are thankful that nothing occurred to us so far to date, personally from us being in the surveillance, but every day we wonder if we are going to get a call or email asking us about it, as we really do not know how many people have watched their videos. I cannot understand why the time and dates are wrong. This perturbs us, as we are not all crazy to know that we were not there on September 9th. We had left, and at a hotel far away. They state that this girl died by entering the freezer drunk and froze to death by an accident, closing the case. But I have to question, how did we get in that surveillance on the date she wandered the halls and people looking for her when we had left the hotel? My son saw your PSA in a Facebook group, as he is.
now y'all heard that. Remember, she said while they were walking her around the hallway, how they get on the video surveillance footage, right? And keep this in mind. Since they on the footage, right? We don't know how they alter it, you know what I'm saying? But they got to be on the footage somewhere with Kenneka. If it makes sense, you know what I'm saying? It makes sense. It's put it like this. They were probably seen on another camera and they put them on another camera. And that's why she like, damn, they got the times and dates on here wrong. You know what I'm talking about? So look.
Now been following the case since we stayed. It said that you were seeking information, so I am reaching out to you if you can help us with answers or anyone to help pertaining to the dates of the surveillance, as no one at the hotel, police, even to our attorney are getting answer. If not, it's understandable. but thought to share our experience in this with you and for others to hear our story. Attached our hotel's receipts to know that we were there. I cannot show who we are, as my family is too scared. However, I'm willing to talk to you on the phone, so you know I speak the truth.
Reservation, and everybody know that she. All right, y'all. Look, check this out. Here go her receipt. Here go her pocket ticket. Right? Look at the pocket ticket. That's how they pocket ticket look. You see that? September 2017. They was arrived at 11:15. Ooh, that's good information there, cause we need we need to find out what time they got their pocket ticket. Well, Miss Teresa said they had a pocket ticket on the 6th that said, and look, they got a pocket ticket on the 6th. Damn, this the pocket ticket on the 6th. 2017 at 11:15. So look, she went there.
I want you to know that I did call this person. I did ask many questions about the hotel. He informed me that there is discrepancies from the video surveillance to the actual way the hotel halls work. And asking him what he meant, he informed me that when Kenneka is walking out of the elevator, there is a wall behind her, when there is not, but a way to go around, describing it like a square walk around.
All right, this the important part, y'all. Look, I'm gonna show y'all why Mike back around.
Entrance doors to the kitchen did not have any signs on it to indicate it was a kitchen, but you could walk around it in a square in that location as well, mostly leading back to the lobby. There are stairs near the lobby that lead to the lower level, where there are conference rooms and the pool gym. You can also get to it by elevator by pushing LL. They did not see, when walking this area, any kitchen areas. This is also where the guests can use the internet. When in the service elevator, you cannot open that door without a key. There are cameras throughout the hotel, pool, and floors at the elevators. They use valet service where
Y'all heard when she said they got
get you. He also did not see on video surveillance vending machines that you can obtain snacks from near the cafeteria. Surveillance vending machines that you can obtain snacks from.
Remember, right? Kilo Brown said, you know how they got ducks and clucks by the elevators and vending machine. Remember, Kilo Brown mentioned it, right? And listen what she said about the ice and vending machine.
He saw no video surveillance on this, but wanted to let me know. He also did not see on video surveillance vending machines that you can obtain snacks from near the cafeteria area, nor ice machines that are on each floor. He never saw cleaning people in the lobby, but they did show it on video surveillance. They would have cleaning people carts in the hall. They stayed, and he would see staff doing rooms on their floor. The manager was not the same man they spoke to in regards to the complaint. The thugs he sees in the video somewhere in the lobby, and having him point them out while I went to the surveillance myself, it was the clip of the guy Zach interviewed in the white.
Now watch this, guy. Check this out. Look, y'all see this? Look. Watch what she finna say, and this motherfucker saw. Remember what she said was going on in one song. This said one song, right? This one song going on too. This why this part is very, very important. Cause if this said one song, we know that's when the girl, the lady, the white girl came out the elevator, right? And Killer came behind her, right? Remember that scene, right? Look what's going on 10 minutes after that, right? This 10 minutes after that, look who all you see on the footage. Now you see you got Killer right here. Remember the white girl got off on the elevator and did the cough move, right? So watch this.
as well as the blonde lady who he had seen when going down to the lobby that night. She is talking to someone at the desk. He recognized the security guard at the same clip. He was exiting the office and passed by him when the cop was telling him to go back up to his room. He also wanted to clarify in my email that he wrote to me that when he says the 8th and then he went down the stairs to see what was going on, it was actually really 1 a.m. in the morning, and that would have meant it was the 9th, although.
Now y'all heard that? This timeline just gave it up. But look what I show y'all, right? Look. It's one something, right? She even said it's 1 a.m. She ain't saying it like 1 a.m. on the dime. We know this was around one something. So this round about this time when you see everybody talking to the police, right? Just like what she just said. So you see all of these people look at 155, right? One some. Look who all you see. Thugged out kid working with the police. That's why she's saying this shit.
They checked out on the 9th a few hours later. He just wanted to clarify that. I asked him if he had any photos, and he did take some of the kids swimming and in the.
Now look, she finna show the photo. And watch how everybody eyes, jaw finna drop. Watch this game. Watch how she finna present her shit. Y'all pay attention what the lady said. That's why y'all see.
Jeopardize their safety as well as mine to see such photos. Other than that, he just took photos of when they were sightseeing. In this next segment I'm about to show you are various video pieces of surveillance that he was able to show me and point out the various people that he had seen in the lobby, along with some details in regards to the hotel to
Keep in mind, they saw this at one song.
clarify what he felt was doctored in the video surveillance to what the reality was to the actual hotel.
Y'all see that? They said this when they seen this lady said this when they seen this girl when they were talking about they were filming the movie. That's why she said I remember the blonde lady.
I want to see her literally actually walking into this freezer.
Kenneka Jenkins' mother wants to see it to believe it, but
Oh,
now we know that will not happen. According to the Crown Plaza Hotel in Rosemont, there is no video of Kenneka Jenkins walking into a freezer. We do see Kenneka walking in this lower level kitchen in the hotel. She stumbles, turns the corner, and then she goes out of frame. But then she's captured here by another camera stumbling in the kitchen.
No one.
ooh. And then look, you got this white girl. Remember what the news said when they talked to Livy North? Y'all remember the girl? She had a white T-shirt on and she had a knife. And seen the video. They were telling Livy North about the girl with the white T-shirt on. Now look, all this going on at one something, and that's when the girl went to the pool at one something on video. That's why he giving her direction, right? So look what else she finna say. She said she saw the white girl. Then she said they seen killer, right? So in this back part area, they must have this decorated or something back here. It's something important right here on the lower level. See what I'm talking about? But check this out though, gang. Right? That's why Monique. Oh, look, don't it make sense now? That's when you got her touching the doors with the sleeve. So at that point, she ain't even trust Rosemont police officer. They already got her making her clean her own mess up. You see what I'm saying? She probably touched that doorknob just to wipe off her fingerprint. You see what I'm saying? You can look at it like this, right? He said, look, this how the cleaning crew supposed to look. They said they color supposed to be black and gold, some shit. Know what I'm talking about? So she admit that they ran into Friends Cave, right? And Friends Cave were right there with the police. So you could just see how much pressure that Friends Cave were going through. That's why he stressed so hard about Rosemont when they come to the surveillance camera footage and how they covering up the truth with all the lies piled on top of the truth. You see what I'm saying? So look, that's why they point at the doors at the conference room. But look, cause you can go right here. You can go through these doors. I show y'all the layout. You go through the elevator right here. It's just a big circle. You see what I'm saying? Then you could take stairs and come down this way. You know what I'm saying? Once you go in that ballroom, damn. But look, that's why he went down there in the kitchen. Look, you see what she said? He said this was the man he saw behind the desk, but was not at the time they said. And this at 150. Y'all, this at 150. Going on 2 o'clock. So now this just confirmed that I just proved what actually really what time this is. This just solved everything, gang. You see what I'm saying? So look, watch this. They said they saw him. You know the he ain't communicating with the police, right? And we seen him doing all the directing, telling everybody to move. And then look, she said he said that he saw this man supposedly during the filming. And who you got? Red Jacket. So when you go back to this shit, once you go back to this shit, You ain't got no choice but to go back to 150. Nah, you might as well say 2 o'clock. That ain't number like a couple of minutes apart. So this when they were filmed, this went, oh man. Oh man. Damn. That's why, look, that's why he needed coffee. Look, got the coffee cup in his hand. That's when the police filming. Look, he said these the kids were standing together in front of him when he was talking to the cops. And then saw someone say for them to leave now. Hi y'all. So they just caught Irene up. Look, they caught Irene up. See what I'm saying, gang? They just caught Irene up. Remember, cause look, that's why Irene like I ain't even leave the room. I stayed in the room so nobody won't even say nobody stole nothing. Came up with that dumb ass lie. And this was going on too, so that's why that lady said it's video of Irene, Monique, and them in the freezer somewhere in the basement area carrying that girl. And French K said the same thing. You see what I'm saying? So you mean to tell me this video was true the whole fucking time and the witness stated this what Sergeant Rose said at 1:30? He just he since he mentioned the timeline, he just exposed his damn self. He exposed his damn self. He made a huge mistake when he would write down this report. You see what I'm saying? Man, I can't believe this shit. Cause check this out. Let me put that back on. So listen. So you got Irene. Irene caught talking to the police. No wonder why she'll talk to the police. Y'all see that? If she an employee, this lady said, he said, now going. Look at this shit. Man, that lady said the police was talking to the thugged out kids and told their ass to go out into the parking lot. That's why we don't got footage of the parking lot in the front. Now look, and guess what this finna prove? Y'all remember my last live, I said, what video we need to watch next? What video that we need right now? That goddamn parking lot video. That's what we need to be looking at. The parking lot footage. You see what I'm saying? So, front, but it's a camera right there. So look, y'all, check this out. He said this is not the correct time. It should have been around one something, right? Y'all see this? They saying this supposed to be going around one something. So basically, when you go back to the time, right? Once you start from when she said they synced all the kids. So that means they would be at 153 when the witness came down here and synced everybody down here talking to the police. That's when Kilo Brown started saying this shit.
This is at 3 something in the morning, y'all. This is when the police came and all that. This was at 3 something in the morning. The police came. So the girl was.
So look, boom. Then when you go here, cause look, everything with Kilo Brown said, cause check this out. She said that's when they all stood here and they walked outside. This is when the cops was telling them stop here behind this area. Whoa! Whoa, Jack. So this went on one something, going on two. Now she was one something. The lady got me the fire was leaving him while they was talking to. Now look what this say. He recalled this guy who was standing in front of him while talking to the cops. Let me blow this up so y'all can see this shit. Hold on, guys. Let me do it like this, guys. I'm gonna bring it over here and I'm gonna blow it up for y'all so y'all can see it. Now y'all see that? Read this with me, gang. He recalled this the guy was standing in front of him while talking to the cops. He did not see his face, but remembered the shirt. I was seeing this guy, he was standing in front of him. He said again, this not the real time, but a few minutes after all the other kids left. You see what I'm saying? So the whole time we were watching this footage, Rosemont was right there up under the camera the whole fucking time. And this would be at 2:35. See that? He said this not the manager who was always seen, except that night. He confirmed this was the security guard, right? Friends K. He said this the conference area that walked around the square in the conference room. It's a conference room back here. And you could get to the pool from this area. Then they say, he said this the conference area. They went through these doors to know what was there. These are the stairs from the lobby you can walk down, and they saying, you know what I'm saying? Boom, right? So once you go, it take you right here in the break room. He said he confirmed this is where the cafeteria at, where everybody get pizzas. So when y'all see all those delivery people coming in on the footage, this where they were delivering to. When Risco first walked in the office, how you, that's how you know where he got some pizza from. 'Cause it was pizza in her. Right in this area, it'll look like it ain't no food in her, but right up under this camera, that's where the food station is. That's why you see them walk. Y'all see what I'm saying? They said this kitchen supposed to be open. This kitchen supposed to be open round about this time because that's where you get your late night snacks. Right? That's why the kitchen was decorated. So then they said the kitchen was closed. They told them the kitchen was closed. He said, this another part you can see sit outside in this loop area is a square, meaning right under her. That's what Monique and them went to. Right? So they basically showing you the arrow. You can go up these stairs here and go to the lobby. On this, hold on. This goes completely square around and back to the lobby. Yeah, you can walk, go this way, turn by where the stairs at, and come back to the lobby. Right? He said valet should be standing right here taking tags for your cars. Makes sense, don't it? Don't it make sense?
I am only the messenger.
So this whole movement is
Dude, drop is a mystery. I know the fake might be the only one right. Was it murder or mystery? Was she 5'9", 5'6"? Was she 130 or 150? But dude, drop is a mystery.
and dumbass and gave us the time now. Was it at 130 or 150? And I just showed y'all what was going on round about that time. Look, look. This said 150. Payal, Payal Jack. Man, this case solved, gang. It's over with. I mean, I mean, I mean, it's no other way that anybody can't convince me. All this proof out here at one. So this way I'm looking at the case. What they did actually took the crime that's on the tape, right? What they actually did when they was committing the crime, right? They started from when they started the timeline from when the crime first started. So what they did was like the nigga came out the room at one song. So they moved and switched the time up and say she came out the room at two songs, where Irene tried to go along with. Cause look what we actually seen that was going on at Tucson. Irene going where? To the kitchen, right? So boom, that's why they had to knock it up, and then they gonna show 4:30. Irene. So that's when Irene was. That's why Zach asked her, "What time you leave?" I left around about 4:30, going on 5. You see what I'm saying? Now she just told the lie coach. That's what Crown Plaza told her to say. You see what I'm saying? So you got two options. If that's 2:30, she going into the kitchen. If that's 4:30, she leaving, like she said. So who lying? You got a lie and a truth right next to each other. You ain't gotta do number pick one. You see what I'm saying? Cause they gonna cover up. Cause they gonna check this out. You could come up with a lot of shit then. If she came up missing at Tucson, Irene, you cover cause the video show you leaving at 4 something, right? So now you come up with a story like, yeah, I was in the room, I never left the room, and all this old shit, and she wants y'all to think she texting Monique and them talking about, girl, go find her. I can't see why y'all can't go find the girl. You see what I'm saying? That's why they changed Mariah time. Like when you got there, I got there around about one song. So they protect her too, right? Cause look, she seen on the camera in everywhere Kenneka is. And look, You see what I'm saying? So if all of this right quick, if this was at one, so the whole time this was at one something going on two, just like Tayson they videos. They talking to the police. The police giving them direction and instruction on what to do on the camera. You see what I'm saying? And they split them all up in groups. That's why you see everybody on the footage. Then, cause look, so once you look at the time, we know this was going on at 2:01 to be exactly. So that means once you knock it up to 4, right? Look how you can easily change the narrative. Then they finna go along with the we call Mr. Reach around 4:30. They give them an opportunity to come up with a narrative. But once you figure out the timeline and you know what time this is now, you caught red-handed. You caught red-handed. You caught red-handed. And check this out, right? Check this out. That's why they had to give us the timeline in universal time, daylight saving time. So you know you tapping in with the footage, right? You know what I'm talking about. So keep this in mind. So if she came out the elevators at one something, I want to know why they said she arrived at one something. You see what I'm saying? It's a lot of things they put out didn't make sense, and now I see it ain't gonna make sense because the way they told it. So when you think about this shit,
Like, bitch, we didn't help you look for her because you came back on some like you was joking or shit. We didn't know to take you serious. You took your friend up out of here and you didn't come back with her. So everybody's wondering, like everybody knew what was going on. No, nobody know what's going on because all they know is that bitch came and took her friend up out of there off that bed and ran her ass up out of there. And she came and returned like in her mind, she like, so and so didn't return back to the room. They like, no, bitch. You took her out of here, bitch. Where'd she go? She's like, girl, help me look for her. And they looking at her, bitch, like, what the fuck you mean help you look for her? Girl, where the fucking her? And you know she over 18 now, so you know as friends we all thinking to ourselves, girl, where her grown ass go? Where this grown ass bitch could be? That's how our minds is thinking because in reality, our minds don't go to danger. Our minds don't go to danger instantly. We thinking like we turning up, bitch. Bitch, where y'all bitches just leave out this room to? So nobody was taking her serious at that point. So that's where everybody don't understand. That's how it all went the fuck down. So now everybody done came. Yeah. So why they want to make it seem like she drug out the room and she just disappeared? No, that bitch drug her friend out the room for that nigga's satisfaction and then for her satisfaction. And
so all this basically told me it was human trafficking went bad. It was human trafficking that went bad. And once I was looking up what would that date rape drug would do to her. So I'm quite sure that Kenneka must had a seizure. Y'all remember they said Kenneka was freaking out. Y'all remember when they were going around and say Kenneka was started they whatever she was doing, they panicked. Kenneka could have had a seizure because keep this in mind, you still gonna need the cause of death. We know it wasn't from hypothermia. We know the freezer didn't do it because she would have had freon poisoning, you know what I'm saying, in her lung. Keep this in mind. How long can a body actually survive in the freezer if it was on? Right? Let's think about that part, right? You in the freezer. You see what I'm saying? A doctor could tell how long a person been in the freezer by looking at the condition of the body. You're gonna look for frostbite. You know, the frostbite is gonna tell you how long this person been in there, because you still gonna have to wait on the toxicology report, see what's all in the system, see you gonna have to level the oxygen that's in her system, her airways, you know what I'm talking about, her lungs, all this shit, you know what I'm saying? Cause if you breathing all that freon, cause it ain't that much oxygen in the freezer. You see what I'm saying? Your oxygen level, you know what I'm talking about, is limited. So when I start looking into that, right, I saved a couple of videos. I don't want to play their video because I don't want that copyright strike. So, right? So look at this, gang. I want y'all to read this. I don't really know that girl Monifa, but I guess she my cousin, Irene, little friend. My cousin. She said, oh, let me read this. I don't really know that girl Monifa, but I guess she was my cousin, Irene, little friend. But I was at her party that night. I'ma say this, it's not what you think it is. For real, little shorty. They had multiple rooms. One that shorty, her people was going into room 901. So we got room 901, right? Monifa little gay friend is a drug lord. He got that good bud, I guess. He came around one something. Going into, y'all see this? They even talking about one something. Man, I told y'all one something is big when it comes to the Kenneka Jenkins case. Man, I hope y'all sharing and curring for the video. You know what I'm talking about? This information that need to be shared. You see what I'm talking about? I feel some type of way, you know, you should feel some type of way if you don't even share the justice, but you screaming it. You see what I'm saying? If I got 290 people in here, man, I supposed to have all those thumbs up. You know what I'm talking about? So look, check this out, right? Remember what King Rob said about Elliot. Elliot, the one that brought the drug. Remember this shit. Right? Remember about Jalen Ford. You got Marco talking about Jalen Ford, then you got King Rob talking about Elliot. Them boys they talking about, right? Then they show you a connection who the boys with. Monifa. And guess what and guess who Pucky with? The ops, right? He with Mariah now. He was look. Mm-mm. Then they talk about one something that he brought their hard shit out. They said round one something going into two something. So look, what we see. Look at this shit at one something. Watch this. Look. So we should see a gay person at one something on the footage, right? Let's go to one something. Right? Let's see who will show up at one something. That's gay. The footage ain't gonna lie. We gonna start from one something. Boom, 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 boom. This who alien them with. I mean, damn. We supposed to see Puckett ass round about this time. Supposed to see Ellie because he walking with them. You see what I'm talking about? I just need to go to the survey. See, there you go right there. You see what I'm saying? This round one something. Look, if this round one something, so this means Monifa little gay ass friend, he got that good shit, all this shit. But you gotta realize all the people was pressuring her. Hold on. Got to read that part. They were pressuring her to keep her smoking and drinking Hennessy straight, G. So it's like if they were forcing their hand down her then. You know what I'm talking about? Plus the staff, plus the staff that worked there chilling in our shit. So now you got staff in the room. Two, we was like, who the hell is these people? Right? That security man had asked for a drink. Monifa, her friend, kept flirting with the security guard, but the security guard kept trying to holler at, trying to talk to Kenneka on the bed. God damn! Oh, boy, what's really going on? You know how you at a joint and you trying to kick it with somebody, but they not feeling you? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Who said Marco? Hi, y'all. Check this out, right? If they would film the movie, this is what Marco come in at. So remember, Marco got to be on the move round about this time with who? Security. All right, watch this. Cause Kenneka and Monifa and that Maya girl and her gay friend kept going back and forth to the room. They said Monifa, her gay friend, was sucking his and Neek didn't want to, so she got real. I knew this. I told y'all, them boys, somebody had relation with a boy up there. And guess who got to defend themselves when they come to the bar? So in my mind, I'm thinking like, did King Rob and Marco had some relation with a boy, and they don't want nothing to? Cause look, if this going around one something game, now you understand why Shemaya had a text in her phone talking about his dick little, right? You see that? Explain that to me. Why she would have that in her text message round about one something while you got security in the room flirting with Kenneka. And guess what Zach said? What the footage show? Either way it go, it shows security had interaction with Kenneka. Right? So look. Uncomfortable and shit and was ready to go, but still being a good friend. Look, y'all see this shit? Kenneka ready to go. So that match around about 1:30 when somebody sent the text out to her mama. You know what I'm saying? Then Shemaya mysteriously talking about Kenneka was texting her talking about she ready to go. You see what I'm saying? So look, that's why I told y'all the time is important. This whole video is about what's going on at one something, and they try to trick us with all these duplicated ass footages. And man, they said some dude, man. Why didn't you speak earlier? This is a lot. Oh my God. I don't know for what really happened, but a lot of them is BLK, GD niggas was there, and Monifa, that gay dude, was hoeing around, sucking all of them. Damn, is this true? I won't put it past this if that was all up on Kenneka like that, and we know they thoughts for real. I can see this type of shit going on in their room like that. Cause why else those gay boy would be all up in there, you know what I'm saying, hanging with him in the first place? So look, and Kenneka friend wasn't even talking to her. They just sit back and let her do dumb shit. They don't want you to know they had multiple rooms, I guess. But Monifa said she picked Kenneka up and took her to one of those rooms on that floor. Beneath the room was the originally in oh man, this shit getting crazy by the minute. So Monifa got to admit, you see what I'm saying? Damn, hold on. So Monifa took her one of those rooms, cause we know what Franz K said about them bumping in the hallway. So look, beneath the room was the original, and cuz they left out with her and took them like 12 minutes to come back to say she was missing. Look how accurate that is. If that's it, if she coming around, if she just explained this was going around that one song, right? So if Kenneka got off on the elevator, right, and she said for 12 minutes, right? So boom, 10 down there, 10 minutes, she in the kitchen, right? She in the kitchen somewhere. So that's when, oh, damn. So after that, round about, they went, oh, and oh, it still match up. They came in like 12 minutes back and say she was missing. This is really crazy. This is really crazy. Thank for the information. Mm-mm. So look how everybody's speaking on one song. Watch this. Man, this finna get crazy, gang. Hi y'all. So look, this at 310 at 110. So look, so this would be going on at 1 o'clock instead of three some. Now look at it. Uh-oh. Now look at this footage from 1 o'clock. Check this out. This cold. Just like what that lady said. At this round one something, just like what Tay Zonday said what they were doing down here. So we already know what's going on the footage. We know what the police said. We know what's going on the other side of this camera. Y'all see how the time skip? Got your time skip. Just skip then. And look who finna pop up now. See this? Watch this. Boom. Now keep this in mind. Remember when I told y'all, remember Andrea Alice's when she was going over the paperwork and she was like, the police highlighted this and said this was important since they highlighted this. And we need to figure out why did they highlight this, right? This where we get ball. Cause look, dude, this ain't one something. This ain't 115. Right? Kenneka finna come out the room. You know what I'm talking about? So think about this guy. This before she come out the room. So what's going on in this particular picture that we need to be focused and thinking about? Like, okay, even the police said right here, we need to focus on this. It's dealing with Kenneka. But they said this ain't Kenneka, but this they said is dealing with the victim though. You see what I'm talking about? So when you look at this at 115, watch this. I tell y'all what, gang. We just finna watch this at 1 o'clock. I gave you the narrative. I even showed you the paperwork. You even heard it out your own mouth. I pulled up down the 3-4 YouTubers. They all mentioned what was going on at 1 o'clock. They really shined the light on 1 o'clock. Real talk. And I'm quite sure Kenneka gonna want that time frame highlighted. This what happened to me at one something. Not what the devil told you. You see what I'm saying? Shine that light on there for Kenneka. You see what I'm talking about? We don't even know if that's Kenneka or not. I don't even know. Just say, check this out. Put it like this. I don't know if that's Kenneka. It could be somebody else. But if you want a narrative to go along with that, so that means if she in the lobby at 115, she got in a fight. She was finna go and fight in the parking lot and she whooped Mariah ass. And Mariah come back in that motherfucker. If you know what I'm saying, that's the only way I could keep this in mind. We know what was going on what time I say Kenneka was assaulted in the parking lot. So it would make sense that you would see this shit, right? It would make sense that you would see this. You see what I'm saying? It ain't hard to figure that out. You know what I'm talking about? It's not even hard. That let me know who paying attention and who just bullshitting, Jack. But look, wham. Now, watch this. We gonna look at this as 115. They going into the parking lot. Prince K told everybody, this will look, check this out. Watch this game. Look at this. Watch how Trey Game finna Slice these bitches up, right? Watch this. I'ma let Friends K tell you about this, right? Watch this. This important. And I told you, you solved the case. Where I'm at, hold on, y'all. Look, y'all see this? Let's read this together. 12 something. Watch this. And we're going to go to one side. 12 something. So I proceed to go to the room and investigate. The cameras on the floors by the elevator was later intentionally turned off on the 9th, 11th, and the 6th floor, and the lower level. And I explain why. You know what Tay Sunday, when they said about the lower level, the kitchen being closed and nobody didn't have access to the kitchen and all that old shit, right? We already know that part. We already know about the 11th floor, the 6th floor, and we already know what Monifa, said about when she took out the room. He said when he stepped off at the elevator with two guys, red guys, with the hoodies on, standing out, smoking weed, and told him about the noise complaint, his old, blah, 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 about the lottery, too much smoke in the air. Irene came out the door with the orange hair and shit, blah, blah, blah. And I asked what's the problem. They asked what's the problem. He was telling them about the noise complaint. He went in the room, hit the weed, seen Kenneka on the bed, sleep, right? You see what I'm saying? On the bed, sleep. Watch this. He said he returned to the lobby. He didn't write an incident report because nothing didn't happen. He said he not sure where to start. Maybe an hour or two later in the hallway on the 9th floor where we were watching the cameras inside the office behind that desk. Risco got a videotech app on the phone where he could see this shit, and he responsible for turning the cameras out. The girl Kenneka came out the room with two friends, and the two friends went back inside the room for a short conversation. That's when the guys in the hoodie grabbed Kenneka, pulled her inside the elevator, and I'ma stop it right there, right? Cause now you got to go back to this. Right? To this. Since they want you to think this said 3 something, this said 1 something. So that little part, we know that Kenneka finna end up on the elevator. According to Sergeant Rose said at 1:30, right? So watch what the footage finna show you at 1 something that finna lead all the way to 2 o'clock. See what I'm saying? I'm gonna need everybody attention. I'm gonna need everybody attention. Focus on what's going on. You see what I'm talking about? I don't want to answer no question. I don't even want nobody even asking a question. Cause this what you need to be watching. The lady said about the luggage. You know what I'm talking about? You got so many people that were trying to help out with the case. I hope this ain't finna go in one ear and out the other. You know what I'm saying? So this said 1 something. That's why YouTubers came with a narrative. Hold on. Hold on. I got to show y'all this. That's why they came up narrative about the boy. What they said, check this out. What YouTubers said about this couple in the beginning. Watch this. What these YouTubers said about this little boy and his mama. What was the first narrative? What they said about these people? Somebody drop their answer in my chat. Right? Y'all been here. Y'all supposed to be flaming the chat up on this shit. Don't play dumb with me now. Yeah. Shoot that answer to me. What these folks said, we know the YouTuber that said this shit. What they said about this lady and her son. Nobody don't know. Don't worry about it. See what I'm talking about? I ain't gonna tell you. You see what I'm saying? I ain't gonna tell you. Check this out. I'ma roll the footage. There you go. They mentioned the pool. So look, watch this. Now you understand why they mentioned the pool, right? Because ain't this where Kenneka heading to? You see what I'm saying? So think about that. Ain't this where Kenneka heading to the pool? And mysteriously, they got these people trying to put them at a pool scene because the little boy had this around his neck. So that make the pool even stand out more, right? And then look, this at one something. Think about they saying this shit at one something. Where the girl finna be at. So look, think about the people what they said about the luggage. You know what I'm talking about? Everything that lady told Zach in the video, you watching this shit on the footage at one song. And y'all know what? Because look, check this out, y'all. When I started watching this from 1 o'clock's perspective, it just completely blew my mind. Because I'm like, damn, the whole time I was on, I got the event right, but the time off. Since I got the time right, I could go on any footage and show you what the fuck going on. You know what I'm talking about? Now look, check this out, gang. We know what happened now. Y'all see what time it is? Look what time it is. Don't it match up now when you go with 1 hour theory? What don't it make sense now? If that's what they covered up. Look. So we know Kenneka came out the elevator around about this time. So everything what we read, right? This what Sergeant Roll wanted to cover up. It match up to this. So you mean it? Look, it match up completely with this. It match up completely with this shit. Want something? That's what they covering up, Jack. You can't tell me I ain't solved this shit. You know what I'm talking about? You had to fuck with this time on the lobby footage to show it at another time frame. Cause they don't want your mind to click like this shit. You see what I'm saying? Think about her phone. Now think about the text message Miss Teresa got. Think about what the court paper said round about this time. You see what I'm saying? Think about all of this shit. What they done got caught doing. You see what I'm saying? Cause look, she supposed to be walking in the kitchen. And when you look at the footage, right? Once you look at this, it's still gonna show Kenneka heading towards that area. No matter what time you gonna show this. You see what I'm saying? No matter what time, it's still gonna show the same fucking thing. It ain't even hard with this case no more. And then look, and then once you go to Friends K letter, right? Remember what he said an hour or two later on the 9th floor. Risco turned the cameras off. They started watching the video on their phones, right? On his phone, he responds for turning the cameras off. That's when they grabbed Kenneka and he jumped on the elevators, right? And when he got on the elevator, he seen two girls and another girl walking the halls, right? Look, walking the hall. So they would be round about this time. We gonna see Kenneka round about. Look, we gonna see who they bumped into, right? On this footage, since we know Kenneka's heading that area, right? So watch this. At the same time, this what Friends K want us to look into. I'm not sure what flow they got out because when we went to get up, the elevator was empty. When he went on the 9th floor, and that's when he seen the two girls walking in the hallway. And he asked them what's going on. They said they were looking for their friend. And again, he told them, man, you can't be loitering in the hallways and all this. But they kept walking around. Watch this. He said so he returned downstairs and told Risco they friend was missing inside the hotel. He was looking very nervous and tried to radio Lenny for an assistant, but Lenny did respond. Think about when they said security would kept going in the room flirting with Kenneka, right? So now we got Lenny ain't responding to the security call. But we know what the paperwork said that they was notified that Kenneka was missing. Cause that go back to what this paper said right here. Look, at 1:30, they were talking about they gonna check all the cameras. Look, right here. This will be at 1:30. You heard what Friends K just said? That's why he said the security, they had the knowledge and knowing the danger. You see what I'm saying? So around this time, Kenneka was the staff already knew the girl was missing. And we know the police is there right now. So Lenny is missing around this hotel and Kenneka too. What that mean? Right? What do that mean? And then look, once you go here, guess what else we need to do? We reviewed the monitor and saw her. Hold on. Let me skip some of this. He said, I reviewed the monitor and saw her getting off on the 11th floor with the guys in the hoodie and go into the cross-dressing room. That go back to what Irene cousin was talking about. Hold on, where Irene cousin? What Irene cousin was talking about? Damn, I almost clicked out the video. So think about what they said about Monifa little gay friend. This still going around one something, right? Think about what they said about Monifa now and the boys in there getting sucked up, and you know what I'm talking about. You can't make this up. This ain't even no lie. You can't even, you know what I'm saying? You can't even make this shit up, right? So look what else he finna say around about this time. Look, he said when they went in the room, they cut the cameras off. The cameras on the 9th floor and 11th floor, they was all turned off, right? And they was using stairwells to be unseen on the camera. So look, he said he seen her again on the 6th floor on the monitor before they turned off. Watch this game. He ran up to the elevator on the 6th floor and black guy in the hood answered the door. And he asked, was the girl wearing black inside the room? And he quickly replied, she left with some friends. Hoodie guys. That's when he felt something wasn't right. And everybody didn't knew where she was at the moment. Right? So nobody looked. Why did it? This the most important part about it. He said he didn't go inside the room, but he had a gut feeling she was in there, and he said, okay, watch this. He said he returned to the lobby out before going outside to search the parking lot. That's when things get crazy because he get a radio call from Lennon to come to the pool quick as possible. So you ain't got no choice but to watch this. Look. So now we know what to look for on this footage. We need to keep our eyes on the parking lot round about this time. Right? And keep this in mind. There go the same couple that looked over the staircase railing like they heard a struggle. Right? So next thing you know, we need to have the parking lot footage, what's going on in the parking lot round about this time. Keep our eyes on French K when he move, cause keep this in mind, he finna bump into 3 girls, tell them they got to get out the hallway, but they still wanted to walk the hallways, right? You know what I'm talking about? And we know who they did. So since we got the whole timeline going off at one something, that's why you got Bree Bree coming back in. Hi y'all. Hi y'all. You see what I'm saying? Hi y'all. Now you got Bree Bree coming back in while Kenneka making her way into the kitchen or to the pool area. You see what I'm saying? So look, Bree Bree come back in. Uh-oh. And that's the lady right there that will see Kenneka. Man, this case over with. They gotta reopen this junk. You see what I'm saying? If they don't reopen this junk, they just show you how corrupt this shit is. You know what I'm talking about? They gotta give me some recognition on this junk. They look, you see the front desk going out? See the front desk? He going up outside. Keep this in mind. This when the police stopping everybody. You can't come down here. And look, and that's when you gonna have everybody popping up on the footage. You see what I'm saying? So I'm thinking about what Tay Zonday said, what was going on. Know what I'm saying? Boom. Right? That's probably why he went out to the parking lot, cause whatever what was going on in the parking lot, he knew about it. He knew about it. Mm, 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 mm. Man, this footage make a whole lot of difference to me. It really makes me sad too at the same time, cause I'm like, man, this shit been in our face the whole. That what make me mad, even more mad, cause it was in our face the whole fucking time. You know what I'm saying? And it was just confusing of what we were just actually sawing, cause it was so many conspiracy theories that was floating in the YouTube streets. You know what I'm talking about? No wonder why YouTubers don't want to show this footage. You see what I'm saying? No wonder why nobody didn't want to just touch on this footage in this time frame. So what they do, go in the hallway and have you watching her in the hallway. You know what I'm talking about? So boom, he pulled the watch this game. Mm, 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 mm. And I remember I used to watch this footage every day, sipping hot coffee and smoking a pack of cigarettes with like trying to, man, you just don't know how my mind was spinning when I was watching this. I'm like, it's just something ain't right, cause it's just so quiet on the footage. Look, you see, it ain't no movement now, cause shit, niggas on the move. That's why the police shut that motherfucker down. Cause after when those people grab their luggage and stuff, you see what I'm saying? When they grab those luggage, that's when they really stop the movement. Don't nobody come down here. We need this area clear. You know what I'm saying? I'ma skip it a little bit, gang. I'ma skip it a little bit. Y'all see how they jump playing out now? You know what I'm talking about? Now, when you look at the bottom of the screen, right, now you understand why you got the Snapchat video time off an hour. And that's why you don't see Kenneka in this video right here. See what I'm talking about? And you see the employee gone. He gone. And he was gone for down there 10 to 12 minutes. At one song. See how long he at the desk? So you got Stab missing at one sum, Lenny missing at one sum. Look at the Stab that missing at one sum, friends. K snitch on. You know what I'm talking about? Even the footage showed that. Mm-mm. So no wonder why you got a private area. We gonna focus on that private area, right? So wham. So that means right now, as we speak, Kenneka is getting assaulted somewhere in the private area, and they making their way to the pool area while Monifa and those boys up there sucking dick, eating groceries, right? Cause that's all what's going on at this time frame. While the police is chaperoning these folks, Man, this the most corrupt ass hotel police. And look where he come from, out the kitchen. That's why he got the plate in his hand. And keep this in mind, the kitchen supposed to be closed, but you got a plate out of there, right? So remember when Tay Zonde video said when you go in the kitchen, they had pizza them for them. You know what I'm talking about? So he got that food out of the kitchen on the lower level some motherfucking world. Right? Because he just came out the restaurant. It ain't no telling. You think he probably in the restaurant. That man probably went through the restaurant, went out that other door and ran into their kitchen. Before them cameras cut back on, then they showing him coming out the goddamn restaurant. You see what I'm saying? So they just showing me that they covering from the staff at this point. So that means that Kenneka with the staff members like we all suspected. Cause whoever staff member who she with, whoever staff member that's with Kenneka, he with one of those niggas that was at the party and cool with her. That could be Marco. You know what I'm talking about? Cause Marco could be off duty. They were just there that night. Or he was on the clock. It's one of the two. And we know Irene worked in that motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? So, boom, he back. Now we gotta watch Friends K, right? Cause keep this in mind, Friends K watching the camera, right? Keep that in mind. There he go again, y'all. Now y'all see he in and out the parking lot. He in and out the parking lot. And then they go to red dude again with the red shirt. He on his phone. Everybody on their phone walking around this motherfucker. Keep this in mind, right? The lower level cameras out. So everybody finna be on their phone. Well, the staff finna be on their phone, right? I believe that's how them police was at the elevator, guarding that John, stopping motherfuckers from walking in there. You see what I'm saying? Cause look how they did Miss Teresa now. The same shit. So let me skip some of this. Franz K finna come out in a minute, gang. He gonna come out around about 3:30, something like that. Right after when Bree already came in. That's how he bumped into three girls. Now here go Monifa. So here go the dudes they'll be fucking on. You see what I'm saying? Just like what Friends K said. And Friends K said, Trey Gang, this happened around one something. Tay Zonde said this was going around one something. They talking to the police. You see what I'm saying? And that's why Friends K said Monifa left with the guys. Right? Look. Mm, 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 mm. Damn. Now y'all see what will be going on that one summer? And this would be at 3:35 right here, gang. This would be at 3:35. And this at 1:57. So it match up when they said, yeah, when they took out the room, Monifa and them were gone for about 12 minutes and then come back in the room talking about Kenneka gone and she missing. You see what I'm saying? That why friends came with, man, this shit crazy. This crazy as fuck. So when the police saw all this shit, they were like, oh yeah, we ain't got no choice but fuck with that time now. But look what this shit gonna show. We need to just bump this time up an hour or two. You know what I'm saying? Cause look, you got motherfuckers running. Check this out. Look, y'all. Check this. This at 3. When I told y'all, when I said, look, where we need to be going in the parking lot to see what's going on at 3. Look what's going on at 3 o'clock. Right? This would be at 3. The footage that we gonna need. So if this at 3:35, you got people running in the parking lot over here, running towards the pool area. Watch this. See that? You got him running from that location. You see, you got him running that 3-some. So look, that whole time, he could have been in there with Kenneka. Look, he could have been in there at that pool with Kenneka for that whole time and seen him running out. Hold on. So if this was going on at this time, gang, watch this. Watch this. Hold on. If that was going on around about that time, watch this, gang. Look at this. And look at the time on her. Now look. Let's go to the timeline on her. Round about the same time frame. Look. With this. So if you watch this footage with the back office footage, this is what you will get at this time frame. And go to this shit. Now look, here go to all the pause right here, guys. We know they in this area. Right here in this area. Hold on. This at 2:18. You know what I'm talking about? Now this how we supposed to run the footage all together. Now let me stop it right here. Now y'all see this? This how we supposed to be watching the footage. Link all these cameras up with that timeline that I showed y'all. And guess what we got? T. He exposed. That's David Pena. This gonna complete, you gonna understand this in the break room where they were getting their food from, right? He gonna show you all of the, y'all see what time he mopping the floor, right? And then mysteriously start finding change and shit on the floor. So look,
I took it as a joke.
so the whole time, and since we know what happened at one something, right? Now look, this 54 key video. Now 54 going off with the timestamp they gave us, right? She going by the timestamp because it say 3 a.m. Where was she at 3 a.m.? Now look, since I broke it down what we were watching, tell me, did this answer 54 keys question? Right, gang? We finna hear 54 key narrative. Since 54 didn't know that it really wasn't at 3 a.m. It was at 1 a.m. You see what I'm saying? So let's watch this video right quick. And just to show you
Are
an
you interested
example.
in the specific gun laws for your state? If not, no worries, simply skip this video. However,
Look, watch this.
What's up, y'all? It's 54 Keys, and today I want to talk about this video that Straight Drop put up today. Shout out to Straight Drop.
All right. Now we already know what Straight Drop was on. Remember, he know about the timeline. You see what I'm saying? Now we know about the timeline. Now we know Straight Drop is heavily involved, right? So check this out. We see what's going on, right?
But in this video, he talks about this Facebook post. This Facebook post really, really bothered me. But I'm going to show y'all this post. It's by a guy named Lawrence Johnson. Now, I don't know who the fuck he is. Maybe y'all can tell me. But anyway.
This lets you know when Straight Drop trying to expose their pocket ticket. Keep this in mind. Now you trying to expose the pocket ticket. We know that pocket ticket gonna expose Bree too. So now you know why Straight Drop had to come out with Lauren Johnson and talk about that pocket ticket. So he could have something to say about the 6. So he could come up with a narrative, trying to come up with how to fit that narrative. Like, I don't think Kenneka's real. I think she died on the 6 type shit, right? And that's what we're getting everybody stirred up. So watch this.
In this Facebook post, he's saying that the video was made, which he's talking about the live, one of the lives, was made around 1 or 2 in the morning. But he
gave a sideline. See how it's going back to 1 or 2 in the morning? Come on, gang. You look, I ain't got the press play. You already know how this finna go. Goddamn, Trey Gang on they ass. You own it. Look. So think about what one something that was going on in the room, and we know it's video. Remember what Marco was saying? They had to record other lives. There's more live video out there that a lot of people didn't see, right? So read between that shit and put this together.
He didn't get to the hotel until about 3 in the morning. And Kenneka was in the room drinking, kicking it, and having a good time. So at 3 o'clock in the morning, he's basically saying when he got there, Kenneka's good. She's alive. She's good.
Now look. So that means Straight Drop had to be in the cahoots with Lauren Johnson, right? And now they finna get that 3 o'clock narrative just to fit what we just seen on the footage back. Kenneka supposed to being in the lobby and shit.
But it really bothered me because I couldn't understand, like, what the fuck they keep coming up with this 3 o'clock in the morning shit? Like, I mean, because I'm one that believes that Kenneka was gone already. And I got, my reasons for that. And I'll share those with you, in this video. But he wasn't the only guy that said that. The juvenile that they interviewed, he even said Kenneka and her 2 friends left.
Remember Kilo Brown said, yeah, the police came up there. Then the dude in the background said, don't you know how many juvenile they confiscated that night? Right? Because look, I'm going to show y'all who the juveniles, who they talking about. Look. Watch this. And guess who they walking with? Right here. These little niggas. They came in with Man. You see that gang? Here go the little niggas right here. Now you see how Straight Drop were working on this 3 o'clock narrative gang? You see what I'm talking about? Alright. That's how they play the YouTube streets. That's how they played us, gang. Now look, watch this.
Left the room at 0300 hours, which is 3 o'clock. So again, what 3 o'clock? Lenora, she gave a statement to the police, and in her statement, she said that she stated her sister was at the hotel in room 926 the previous night for a party. She said her friends came home early in the morning and advised her sister was last seen in the hallway on the 9th floor when they went back to get her keys and her phone. Lenora said her friends told her Jenkins waited outside in the hallway, and when they came back out, she was gone. Lenora said Jenkins did not have her phone because she left it in the hotel room. Lenora advised her friends last saw Jenkins in the hallway on the 9th floor around 2:30 in the morning.
See? Now y'all see how it's going back to 1:30 what Sergeant Rose said? Case solved. Case solved, Jack. Look at this shit. You see what I'm saying? Golly. And then look at Irene's snapshot right here. Once you go back, now you know the whole is to protect what happened at one side. Now listen to this.
So why the fuck would Monifa and Shamaya tell Lenore that they left Kenneka out in the hallway at 2:30?
Because the
There may
police
be some
told her.
truth to that. Because like I said, I believe that she was gone around 2 something. And you know, I'll share with you why. But I believe that she was already gone. So why would they tell her that? But let's look at what they said to the police, especially this bitch right here. If we look at her statement, in her statement, she's basically saying that her, Kenneka, and Maya walked out of the hotel room to leave the party shortly after 3 o'clock in the morning. She stated that they realized.
Now look, now you see how they going along with Rosemont statements. You see how they going along with Rosemont. You know Rosemont controlling these statements and the timeline. You see what I'm saying? Y'all peeping the game? This real big. Should I keep going? You know what I'm talking about.
They did not have Kenneka's cell phone and keys when they were in the hallway outside the hotel room. And basically saying that they went back in the room to get her shit, and when they came back out, she was gone. So my thing is, y'all was leaving the party after 3 o'clock. I mean, that makes no sense to me because we're going to get in the Bree statement. But that makes no sense to me. And where the fuck are y'all getting 3 o'clock from? And where was Kenneka at 3 o'clock? So.
Right? Bam. Since they got 3 o'clock embedded in our head. Long as we got that time wrong, look how the Kenneka Jigga case went left. It went left. It turned upside down. You see what I'm saying? With the help of the YouTubers plotting up, helping the police. This is helping the police, right? Because you getting the ops this shit and going along with the lie. Watch this game.
Let's look at a Brianna statement. Because this bitch right here, she gave a statement too. And in her shit, she says that she left the party at about 2:15, 2:30. Okay? So my thing is, okay, when she left at 2:15, 2:30, was Kenneka still good? I mean, was she still, moving around alive? I mean, it don't seem, that information wasn't given, you know, and that kind of bothers me, okay? But when she said that she left at 2:15, 2:30, remember that interview that Irene did with Zach TV? I know y'all remember that shit. In this interview, Zach tried to narrow down when the last time Irene had seen Kenneka, and she was talking about how Kenneka was drunk, laying on the bed, but she kept saying it was two something. It was two something. And then Zach TV, he said some shit like, well, where was Bree Bree? And she was like, oh, Bree Bree was already gone by then. So basically what she...
Pie y'all. Now you know why Irene had to say two something, because that get the pressure off her at one something. You see what I'm saying? Change one something to 2 and 3 o'clock protected everybody, even the staff member. Expose one something, now you got hell. Listen to this shit.
she was saying was when Bree Bree left, or right after Bree Bree left, Monifa basically carried Kenneka out of the fucking room. Okay? So let's look at what Bree Bree says when what happened when she came back. So she said that she got back to the hotel at about 3:10. And when she got back, you know, the party's still jumping. But Shamaya and Monifa tells her that Kenneka's missing. This is at 3:10. Okay? What happened to y'all leaving after 3 o'clock? I mean, did y'all run into Bree Bree? Like, I mean, what?
That's when Friends K said he ran into 3 girls. Uh-oh! Ain't that what Friends K said when he ran into 3 girls? Hold on. He said that's when things really got crazy, because he get a radio call from Linda to come to the pool. But keep this in mind, Friends K said he bumped into all 3 y'all. All 3 y'all.
What the fuck? I mean, it makes no sense to me. But they basically gave her the same story that they gave Lenora. And that was that they went back into the room, and when they came back out, Kenneka was gone. And I can't wrap my mind around this shit, because my thing is this. All these people talking about they saw her after 3 o'clock. In what room is what I want to know. Because in my opinion, Irene was telling the truth when she said that they left the room that she was in anyway. They left at 2 something. So where the fuck did y'all see Kenneka at 3 o'clock? Where was she? I mean, somebody need to clear that shit up for me. Where was she? You know, and then my thing is this. Why would y'all tell her sister that y'all left her in the hallway at 2:30? Like, all this shit is bogus, man, and none of these times is adding up. And, you know, if you watch my previous videos, you know, you'll know where I stand in this shit. But where the fuck was Kenneka at? I mean, was she in another room? Because based off of what they telling us, this is what they want us to believe. That Kenneka was fucked up at 2 o'clock. At 2:15, Bree Bree left. Right after Bree Bree left, Irene said Monifa and them took Kenneka out the room. Like they was about to leave for some shit. You know? And my thing is like, damn, y'all was just gonna leave Bree Bree? Like, okay. But, you know, Kenneka fucked up, you know, laying around. She falling asleep. She turning down, man. Once y'all been drunk before. Once you start falling asleep and laying down and all that shit, man, you turning down. The night's over. The night's pretty much over, pretty much. But then you have these niggas that's, you know, that's outside of the friends that are saying that they seen her kicking it at 3 o'clock. So she woke up and then turned back up, nigga. Nah, I don't believe that shit.
So look, this answer 54 keys question, right? Check this out. This answer 54 key question. We know what was going on at 1 o'clock. That's why Straight Drop had to what? Come up with a narrative about 3. Look who we were getting our information from, because these people was ruling over the Kenneka Jenkins case with the footage, all the edited photos they done gave us. We was already tricked from the beginning with edit pictures, edit live video with the wrong timestamp on it. You know what I'm talking about? So now you see how Straight Drop defending 1 o'clock and came up with the 3 o'clock theory, just like what Monique and them did when it comes to telling their story. You see this shit? Man, this bad. So look, let's go down. Let me see where I need to go to. Hold on. That's why you got him talking about exposing the parking lot. Hold on, let me see what he talking about the parking lot. Cause these suspects.
Fur animal. That was a human animal or animal that did this to my son.
And then look, he just damn. Oh, what is it? This got to be by the Crown Plaza somewhere that is going down. So here, oh, this nigga in Georgia. Fuck, he got Georgia here. So so this on Virginia Avenue. Hold on, he trying to feel like he trying to manipulate. Hold on, I gotta start listening to this shit.
49, 40 stages and 40 more. Being at the top is what I need.
Get that whack ass music. See what I'm talking about? These niggas got some whack ass music.
In fact, y'all, we finna get it out here better than what we did the first time. We finna crush them. We finna put this information right back out here. That's what we finna do. We finna get this information right back out here. Y'all hear me? We finna get it out here 10 times better than what we did the first time. They finna hate us after tonight, y'all. Channel for y'all: Tiffany Collins, Maria Sanchez. Well, let me take that back. We keep our boots tied up anyway. What's good with it, Robert Champion? This dude. Now this is hilarious. This dude just had the nerve to put up a video saying that me and Rob is the one that brought Miss Barbara in. Like we always do, we finna crush that right out the gate. And how we do it, y'all? We always let them open their mouth and tell us they self. That's how we do it. That's how we're gonna continue to do it. We finna take them boys out the box. We're mad. Down tonight, y'all. We finna do some damage.
Man, we'll get to it. Shit.
We finna do some damage to they whole.
I can't stand when a nigga take all motherfuckers. They tell me, yeah, we finna do this. This like a nigga on the diving board. We tell that nigga, jump. I'm finna jump. But jump your ass off this motherfucker, then.
Operation. What y'all think? Y'all think that's what we should do? Damage their whole operation? Because that's what we gonna do. Matter of fact, we ain't gonna waste no time, man. Finna get into it. First, I wanna expose how when Chosen just came out and said that me and Rob was the one that brought Miss Barbara in. Let's get that out the way real fast. Gonna get that out the way. Cause he's so stupid, he do it to himself every time.
Parking inside. It's the parking lot. It's a parking lot.
And then look, since we seen all that on the footage, right? That explain everything. That explain when I was showing y'all what was going on in the lobby at one song, right? So you got Irene. So that means Irene will be on the phone round about that time telling people come in the parking lot. Damn, that's cold. I wasn't even looking at it like that. So that means that's why friends came. So they even make the parking lot stand out at one song. Cause now you got Irene telling everybody to come to the parking lot at one song. At one song. So when I was watching that footage, while Balls was there and talking to the other dude, and man,
Oh, this is actual departure right here. This is actual departure.
now they at 3:00. This at 3. This would be going on at 3:00, right? That's at 3. Look what it show at 3. Remember
I'm
I
gonna tell y'all
told.
what too. This.
And look where they at about the parking lot in the pool. When I told y'all, I said, look, y'all, what we need to be watching? The parking lot. Now look what time they talking about at the parking lot at 3 something. Cause we know this where to look at 3 something. If you go with Rosemont and they narrative at 3 something, it gonna bring you world back in the building at 3 something. You see what I'm saying? Y'all see what I'm saying, right? And that will make the whole case confusing. It will make it all confusing. But look, he just said, yeah, we finna crush their operation. So now you know he in tour with Chosen King. Cause look what Chosen King telling everybody. Right? This what he mad about. So when Chosen King started telling, this what he could come up with. And trying to convince everybody that he a liar, don't believe him, believe me. Look, this at 3.
It's the parking lot. It's a parking lot.
Oh, this is actual departure right here. This is actual departure.
What he mean by that? This the actual departure. Is this the when she died, or this when they left her? Cause remember they just was over there at the pool. Whatever they seen, they leaving the goddamn parking lot or going into the kitchen. I don't know. But what he mean about departure, right? Don't nobody concerned, ain't concerned about when Kenneka, you know what I'm saying, died. Cause if he's saying that, look what this would be showing at 3:00. Look what this will be showing at 3:00. Damn! Golly! What you think then? You got motherfuckers turning the freezer on. You got Kenneka shallow breathing, and we know that. So you got this going on with this. It's the same time.
I'm gonna tell y'all what too. This run through the parking lot, I think was real footage. This run through the parking lot was real footage. You know what I'm saying? And there wasn't that many people at the original kickback. You know what I'm saying? And parking lot, I think, was real footage. This run through the parking lot was real footage. This run through the parking lot, I think, was real footage. This run through the parking lot was real footage. Running.
Yeah, he repeat that part too many times. Shit. But he telling y'all they were running in the parking lot. This at 3. This what the police could have made the arrest on. This what get motherfuckers indicted and get the hotel locked up. This footage right here. So now since we know that the parking lot need to be looked into. You know what I'm saying? That's the next footage that we need to be focused on. Cause this is what France K, if France K even mentioned it in his level. And keep this in mind, they gotta be here with Lenny. If Lenny pulling Kenneka out the pool, you see what I'm saying? Right? Come on, gang, put y'all thinking caps on. Lenny and them is in this fucking pool. And Risco. I show y'all when the front desk were going towards the pool. You know what I'm talking about? Look.
This run through the parking lot, I think, was real footage. This run through the parking lot was real footage. This run through the parking lot, I think, was real footage.
Damn.
This run through the footage, I think, this was real footage. There wasn't that many people at the original kickback. These 3 people you see running through the parking lot, Irene, Kenneka, and probably like 2 more people.
See how he mentioned Irene? Cause remember, Irene got a video of she was in a parking lot sitting in the car, right? Y'all see how all this coming together? And remember the footage show Kenneka, Irene leaving out the front door at 2:30. So yeah, she would be seen around 3 o'clock in this area. And that's why she went live on her phone, sitting in the car, looking scared as fuck. And everybody seen the video was like, damn, it's like we heard Kenneka. You see what I'm saying?
It was real shallow. But watch this though. Y'all about to see the killer come and pick up Kenneka.
See that? That's my point exactly. Y'all heard what he just said? Y'all think that man lying? Y'all think that man lying, right? He said, what you say? What he say?
This though. Y'all about to see the killer come and pick up Kenneka.
And that's on the footage, Jack.
But watch this though.
See that?
Y'all about to see the killer come and pick up Kenneka.
See that? Now, check this out. This the next video everybody supposed to be looking into. That parking lot. Cause this where you finna see it at. Right? This where you finna see it at. These people know exactly what they talking about. And why you think they choose 3 o'clock? Cause look, on the paperwork, look what they saying at 3 o'clock on the paperwork. She walked on the camera through employee door, downstairs hallway. Look, she was last seen on camera entering the abandoned kitchen where she was seen on video the whole fucking time. Then look, she was on video last seen on surveillance footage where she passed several hotel personnel. And I want to know who at 3 o'clock. Who? 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 On this fucking footage? Man. On the footage at 3. Man, God gave you an eye to see. Look at the motion on the wall. What you think he talking about? He ain't showing this nigga how to get to North Chicago. He ain't telling this nigga about the goddamn the Salt Lake City. You see that? 3 o'clock, he saying they got Kenneka on camera. They got it on the parking lot footage. Then you got the employee with the coffee cup, and you see what's going on this camera. Now you know why they got this. Oh, now you know why he said it was 2:30, 3:30. He mentioned all the timestamps in one rap song. He mentioned 1:30, 1:50. Was it 3:30 or 2:30? You see that? He just let y'all know he had full knowledge of that timestamp and used it against us. Right? Look.
Video. And this is response.
It's your boy Straight Drop. I got time, you already know. But guess what? Gray. I see you. Oh, big head on the Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes. She did walk in the freezer. Your time clock off. Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes, Gray Hughes. This is justice for Kenneka. No time for the game, dude. And your time clock off, dude. Was it 2:30, 3:30? Security. He got blood on his hands, dude.
And why you think he said security got blood on his hands too? Cause look who Friends K pointed in the pool area. Macho security, Lenny them, they over the security, right? And then look, you even got these motherfuckers. Whoa! And you got the security. Oh! What? Well, he said, well, it was a 2:30, 3:30. Security guy got blood on his hands too. So this what they talking about.
It was real shallow. But watch this though.
Real shallow.
Y'all about to see the killer come and pick up Kenneka.
But
watch this though. Y'all about to see the killer come and pick up Kenneka. But watch this though. Y'all about to see the killer come and pick up Kenneka.
Man, that's crazy.
Kenneka. Joke, man.
That's crazy.
It ain't no joke, man.
This shit real life, gang. This shit for real.
Now listen, they coming outside. They receiving some type of phone call. You can't see it right here.
See that? Now he said they got some type of phone call. We know Risco them is on their phones. We know everybody in communications now. You see that, gang? And look what he said. They right up in her. You can't see it. And guess what Friends K said? He had to meet Monique in them world. You just seen them run back there. Look.
But they about to jet out. I wonder who called them. Yep, and they jetting out.
See that?
Kenneka had been killed, y'all.
See that? And they watch who did it. Look, and they watch who did it. And they watch who did it. Parking lot. Parking lot, gang. Man, Trey Gang just beat them at their own game. You know what I'm talking about? That right there should alone for everybody to share the video. I'm going to stop and pause for a minute. Because if you didn't share the video, you ain't J for K. You see what I'm saying? You can't be J for K. This ain't even no conspiracy theory no more. I don't see what's conspiracy about it no more now. Did he say what?
Kenneka had been killed, y'all. Kenneka had been.
Now, when I was trying to tell y'all, what time would Kenneka die? What time she actually died? Nobody never thought about looking at the time of death. I told y'all what I think round about what time she died, just off the reports the paperwork and the pictures that I seen, and what gave me an accurate timeline is by me looking at the footage and seeing where everybody is. So if I came up with the timeline that Kenneka could have possibly died between 3:30 and 4:30, you got a suspect telling you and gave you the timeline 2-3 years ago in the beginning.
Yep, and they jetting out. Kenneka had been killed, y'all.
So if Kenneka had been killed, look, watch this. Who would have did it? Who would have killed Kenneka? Let me show you who then. Watch this. Look, see this shit? Look at this. Look what time this is. 3:43. This 3:43. I mean 3:44, gang. Look. Look what he describing. Kenneka has been killed. Hold on, watch this when he come back in. Well, how she got killed? Cause he talking about it right now. He either seen it, or he did it. But look, check this out. So watch this, gang. That's why the whole conversation got he look. See that? He said what? So they talk about this shit soon after when it happened. Now that's why I see everything got heated. Cause of this shit. Look, you see this shit? No wonder. No wonder. Cause what he said.
Kenneka had been killed, y'all. Kenneka had been killed, y'all. This out. Yep, and they who called them? Yep, and they jetting out. Kenneka had been killed, y'all. Who told? Who called them? Yep, and they jetting out. Kenneka had been killed, y'all. Who told? Who called them? Yep, and they jetting out. Them. Kenneka had tour was from the 6th. This footage right here, them jetting towards the car, was from the 6th. This footage right here, them jetting towards the car, was from the 6th. This.
Now look, check this out. Keep this in mind. About what he just said about this, the footage of them to the car, they're supposed to be on the 6th. Now we know, to keep this in mind, he's still with the shit too, right? So he gonna throw a little flaw here and there when he's snitching on everybody. You see what I'm talking about? So we know the police right here. That's why the police said stage at the back door. Take the camera down. Where the binoculars at? You see what I'm saying? It match up with everything.
This footage right here, them jetting towards the car, was from the 6th. This footage right here, them jetting towards the car.
What you say, Rose Pie? I seen this shit 1,000 times, and it's all explained now. Thank you, Lord. That's all I wanted to hear. That's like music to my ears. You see what I'm saying? That's like music to my ears. Cause check this out. If you watch it 1,000 times, just imagine when I was watching this motherfucker 1,000 times. You see what I'm saying? Shit, I almost hit the line, but how many videos I made? God damn it, hold on. How many videos I got up? Shit, I got over 730. So that means shit. If I got 730 live video, you can just imagine how many times I actually watch the damn footage. I'm talking about I'm talking about the whole 36 hours. Shit. You can just imagine my frustration when I'm showing y'all you can just imagine when I was like, boy, it's a lot of YouTubers finna be mad about this shit, cause I see the game now. You know what I'm talking about? I peeked up on it.
Was from the 6th. They were being notified that she had been killed, man.
It was notified.
Don't look at the timestamps here. They butchering the timestamps, y'all, man.
See there? You see there? They butchering the timestamps.
Don't look at the timestamps here. They butchering the timestamps, y'all, trying to play. Don't.
Cause look, the timeline solved the case. Not the narrative, but the timeline did. The timeline. All this was to cover up what happened at one something all the way up to the murder. So around about this time, like they got 5 some on her. Now they supposed to be at Miss Teresa in them house dropping off the car. Miss Teresa really supposed to be up here. Cause that's when she said she made around here around 5 something. Right? So now this how you know, cause if it was at 5 something, look how dark it is at 5 something. Shit, it's starting to get light around that time, around 5 something. Y'all know my daylight saving time, you know what I'm saying? Cause you know sometimes it just ain't like if you got the time that push back, you know what I'm saying, it make the mornings more longer. Like I guess when it push back, it start daylighting to come around about 7 or 8 o'clock. But if it push up or some shit, you got mornings, the sun will be coming out at 5 in the morning. You see what I'm saying? I looked at the news. I know what the weather report was like. I even mentioned it a while ago. I'm like, damn, I look at the front lobby though, and then look at the back lobby though. Them 2 different shades of color when they come to the sunlight. Then I had a weak ass YouTuber named Chloe trying to tell everybody, and Trey ain't don't know what he talking about. He trying to say, you know what I'm saying, this would happen earlier than what it was, cause he going by what the sunlight look at. That is not the sunlight. There's shadows coming from over the buildings and all this. Had a whole goddamn narrative on this shit. You know what I'm talking about? I got tired of arguing with these motherfuckers. And like, man, I got tired of, you know what I'm saying? So look.
Don't look at the timestamps here. They butchering the timestamps, y'all. Trying to. Don't look at the timestamps here. They butchering the timestamps, y'all. Trying to. Don't look at the timestamps here. They butchering the timestamps, y'all. Trying to play. Don't look at the timestamps here. They butchering the timestamps, y'all. Trying to look at the timestamps here. They butchering the timestamps, y'all. Don't look at the timestamps.
Man, how many times this nigga gonna keep repeating it? This shit getting on my nerve.
Here they put y'all in there. I told y'all it's fake footage, but they put real stuff in there. I told y'all it's fake footage, but they put real stuff in there.
No, it's the real footage. They just put fake narratives on it. You see what I'm saying? It's real footage. It's exactly what you seeing on the footage, right? So he telling you when Kenneka died, around 3 something. That's why, you know what I'm saying, when Friends K said, yeah, man, I seen socks, coins, and all this. And they would be around about the same time Friends K went in the pool area. So that means lending them witness everything. They the murderer.
I told y'all it's fake footage.
And I believe that's why that lady called Scrape Drop from Crown Plaza and trying to put it off on one of those niggas at the party. Because I believe now they trying to protect the manager, right? Because why would Scrape Drop accuse the manager and the employee dressed like him and then turn around and just start harassing the friends again? That don't make sense to me. You see what I'm saying? That means they got him on payroll. They counting on Scrape Drop to keep that narrative going. Since I shut his ass down, he got to go through other YouTubers and keep that narrative rolling. You see what I'm saying? I'm a street nigga and I see through that. He can't come out with no narrative. So that's why you got the other YouTuber repeating the same shit that he wanted out. So go to her. I'm glad that I did go. I'm glad that I did win on this channel.
But they put real stuff in there. They put in there. They still got the time butchered. The killer, who we all know who it is, coming to pick Kenneka up.
Uh-oh. The killer, who they know who is already there, is coming to pick Kenneka up. So now this one, now you got to find out who actually did it. Who actually is the murderer. You know what I'm talking about? And the only way we can really see what's going on if we read what Franz K said. Watch the footage. Remember his narrative, where he want everybody to believe all of this shit. Let me play some more of this shit.
So that they can put the original footage of the killer, who we all know who it is, coming to pick Kenneka up. So that they can put the original footage of the killer, who we all know who it is, coming to pick Kenneka up.
And the killer could be Marco. Know what I'm talking about? You never know this type of shit, gang. We could actually look, check this out. We could actually been watching the killers the whole fucking time. You see what I'm saying? What if we actually was putting our faith in these killers and these? That's what they did. I ain't gonna say ill. That's what they did. We watching the killers giving us a narrative. We let the killers give us a narrative. And boom. Oh, man, him said it right on time. And boom, look.
Overlay, it's an overlay. Boom. Believe you me. Believe you me. Believe you me. Believe you me.
So it's something in this truck. Because I read the reports on this truck. Now look. Look. Check this out. When you go back to the statement and read about who was all in this truck. Oh, so the statement, so that means somebody jumped in that truck right here. The killers either jumped in the truck to go pick them up, or you know what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? Damn, man, this shit got me mad.
Believe you me. Believe you me. Believe you me. Believe you me. You me. That's when she got picked up.
What?
On the 6th. That's when she got picked up. On the 6th.
No, she got picked up, but not on the 6th. He just throwing that in there. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a, you know what I'm saying? He got to throw it in there. He got, y'all pick the guy. Watch this.
That's when she got picked up. On the 6th.
Whoa, what you say? He drive a black Jeep like the one on Facebook. Oh, golly. God damn, Jay. Because I go to Facebook and find this shit out right now.
They added that in there, y'all. Just to show you. Everything is right there. Everything is right there.
Crazy. Parking inside. It's the parking lot. It's a parking lot.
Everything is right there.
Crazy. Parking inside. It's the parking lot. It's a parking lot.
Everything is right there.
Crazy. Parking inside. It's the parking lot. It's a parking lot.
So make a long story short, since Chosen King telling, right?
Look at this. This crazy.
So look, he in
this is
Georgia.
where they was at.
Look.
And he knew it. He knew it.
So look, he got the location pulled up in Georgia. This is not Crown Plaza. It's Rosemont. Damn. So he trying to confuse the parking lot. Like, man, this what a killer would present. This was somebody present to cover up for himself. This the way I'm taking this man. He doing all this shit to cover for himself. Cause he the one got cameras. He the one know how to film movies. He the one shoot videos. You see what I'm saying? Look at this shit.
I'm telling y'all, he knew it. He knew it. He knew it.
So he must be pulling up a hotel that.
It's crazy. But y'all know last.
So he must be pulling up a hotel where he will work at in Georgia. Well, Chosen King will work. If you work at a hotel in Georgia, he just showed us that he worked at a hotel in Georgia, trying to expose Chosen King. That's the only way I can see why he pulling this shit here up all the way in Georgia. You see what I'm saying? Y'all, I'm finna check my email right now, goddamn it. Cause he showed, boy, this, I'm thinking that you finna send me the car. Know what I'm talking about? Let me see. Let me go on my shit right quick. Hold on. Hold on. This shit here done got real major. Let me see, gang. Hold on 1 second. Second. All right. Okay, hold on. Hold on. All right. Give me 1 second, gang.
Last time I showed this, they came for the channel and they took it. So they may come again. Well, we don't care. Look. Man, let's look at the surrounding area. Let's look. Like we seen last time. We know this Atlanta, ATL, then this hotel right here. We had a couple of the Queens call down there, called both hotels to confirm that it is a Dollar Tree right there. But I don't know if it's this one or here, but we do know that this is the Crown Plaza. We know that.
So,
but yeah.
That's why he come out with this shit.
Chosen King platform to have your voice heard.
You see this shit? That's why they start doing all this dumb shit to the case and fucked it all up. So that means these people working in hotels and security guards. You know what I'm talking about? I'm seeing a evil ass organization being run by some group of people that linked up with some goddamn gang members, and they making money doing this shit. Chosen King came out with too much information about Crown Plaza. We know now. And then look, here go his thoughts about my letter. Now watch this, guy. This is perfect to listen to this live video. Since I just exposed him with my letter, what Friends K gave me and exposed all of their ass, then just to show you how top notch my investigation is. Watch this, gang. This just show you how top notch I am. Just listen to this whole video.
Good. But it's a Friday.
And listen to the pain in his voice. Watch how I knock all the spunk out of him. Look, listen to the sound. He sounds just like a bitch. Look.
And I know a lot of us just saw that breaking news live video that the guy did pertaining to how Kenneka Jenkins was really supposed to, all this stuff is allegedly, but it all it makes sense. It makes sense. And it's supposed to be one of the security guards. One of the security guards supposed to came out and told the truth. But one important thing in that video is that what's good, everybody? One important thing in that letter that the security guard just released, telling everything that's supposed to happen to Kenneka. One important thing is when he said he watched the surveillance footage of.
Y'all see that? Look, y'all see that? He said the most important thing that he said security watched those surveillance footage. Now keep this in mind. Before I got the letter and all of this shit, before I got the letter, look what his narrative was with Chosen King about the parking lot. You look, check this out. You got Chosen King was telling y'all what was going on at goddamn at 3 o'clock in the parking lot. So he know that part. So now you want to act like this new to you and you didn't know what was going on at 3 o'clock in the parking lot? Y'all see what I'm saying? It supposed to been woo-hoo. Breaking news. Now we got the truth. Watch this. Listen to this shit.
The guy snatching Kenneka onto the elevator and then taking her on to the 11th floor. And she go inside of a room where it's a bunch of supposed to be trainees. Now, if any truth to what the security guard just put out, and if it's any truth to that, then that goes back to what I said a couple of days ago, that when Kenneka wind up in this room with possibly Jalen Ford now has to be a major role just as well as Monifa now. And one thing we couldn't understand was, and then y'all just recently hear me say, how can Monifa and them really want justice, but they keeping so many things as a secret? Now we understood why. And those of you who have been around for a while, It was 2 years ago when I said it seemed like to me them kids signed some type of confidentiality. That's why they couldn't talk. That's what the security guard just said. I said that. And then what we just put up the other day? What did we just watch the other day? The video with Tyrone and them in the room. I just put that up. I said, where is this room? What is they doing? What's going on in this room? Why do they have all of them in that room? That was because they made them all sign confidentiality slips. It makes sense to me. It makes sense. The security guard supposedly came out. Shout out to the brother. I don't know where he got this from, but we still have to approach everything with cautions. And I'm just saying, so far the letter makes sense to me. The guy said, hey, he been living with this for 2 years. He came out, he said, they watched on that footage them beat Kenneka Jenkins from the parking lot all the way to the pool area. He said they stuck a broom up that girl. The security guard said they stuck a broom up that girl and killed her. And then the hotel went upstairs to the room, got Monifa and them, brought them down, and said when Monifa and them came down, Monifa already had Kenneka's shoes. And the security guard even went so far, well, in the letter, I won't refer the letter to the security guard because we that's all we have is a letter that's supposed to surface. And like I said, we still gonna approach everything with cautions. But the security guard said they watched the footage of and I just said the other day, I said these kids could have possibly done something. Something could have happened. And the hotel is trying to cover up for what happened. Not because they was directly involved, it's because they don't want bad business. We understood that. But now, yeah, shout out to the brother Trey Gang. He nailed it down. And like I said, it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. And the thing with the trainees, we couldn't really pinpoint that, but this right here put everything in perspective. The security guard said they watched them on that monitor behind that front desk, snatch that girl onto the elevator, watch Monifa and them go back in the room, just like they said. So that part, they was telling the truth. Watch them go back in the room on the monitor. Then watch the guys with the hoodie snatch Kenneka onto the elevator. And they took her to the 11th floor. And she went in the room with the trainees. That had to be Jaden 4 in the room. But this how you know it was Jaden 4 in the room. This how you know it was.
Since that letter exposed everything, what this show at one song, right? Look what this show at one song. Look what Monique from them and who she walking with at one song, right? Check this out. All this at one song. We got Puckett right here, the gay dude. Remember this, what this girl said about Irene cousin. Whoever this person claimed to be Irene cousin and want to explain. And they want to explain this. So all this going around one something. They got other rooms on the 9th floor too, right? He came around one something. A gay person came around one something. You know what I'm talking about? See that security in the room asking for drinks. trying to holler at Kenneka on the bed. So that could be Marco or Lenny, anybody. You see what I'm saying? The gay dude and Monifa kept going and in and forth out the room. Monifa and her gay friend, they was sucking on all them niggas up there. You know what I'm talking about? So look, that's why he mentioned Jalen Ford. Think about this. All this still going around one side. So he mentioning Jalen Ford. And you want to know why I call them niggas thunder booties. You see what I'm saying? Look. And you want to know why he talking like this?
Because that's how Monifa and them got in the footage.
Oh, then he mentioning Monifa with the gay. He just bagged up everything what Irene just said about Monifa. Irene Cousin just explained about Monifa with the gay dude. I know I ain't just heard what.
And they took her to the 11th floor, and she went in the room with the trainees. That had to be Jaden 4 in the room. But here's this how you know it was Jaden 4 in the room. This how you know it was. Because that's how Monifa and them got in the footage.
Ooh.
That's how Monifa.
So that means it's a video of some gay shit going on too. And that's why he got assassinate the gay dude character before the gay dude can expose him. Cause now he talking about a live. If he talking about a live video with him and Monifa is with the gay person, and they saying this about what was going on in the room, and he talking about a video. I knew he was gay. I knew it. I heard it in his voice the minute when I first heard it. I said, yup. He the undercover booty lover. He the undercover booty lover. Now I see why he talking the way he talking with this video right here.
When them got in the footage with Jaden 4 because they made them do that. That's why here's proof that they made them do it. Other than that, they would have made Irene do it. They didn't use Irene. Irene didn't know nothing about it. Well, at that point, man, God bless that girl. So the security guard said they watched on the monitor them beat Kenneka from the parking lot to the pool area. Stuck a broom up that girl. Again, y'all, this stuff is allegedly. We don't know how true it is, but it all.
But why you ain't said that when Chosen King was talking about the killers in the parking lot and when they picked her up? You see that? You see that, right? So that let me know them niggas gay. They gay and they were messing with those boys also that night. They need to release that video. Whatever they got on that video, they need to release it. Cause I want to know why King Rob and them, he talked about Elliot all the time. Why Marco talk about Jalen Ford. You know what I'm talking about? I'm reading between the lines. I'm reading straight between these lines.
All makes sense. It all makes sense.
Damn, they sucked all of them up.
Some of us gonna say, "Oh, well, it's 2 years later." Hey, it is. Better late than never. But another thing that made sense. We just couldn't figure out why Monique and them was just so quiet about this situation, and then at the same time had to look that girl mother in the face or her family in the face and withhold so much information. It's because Rosemont, being the corrupt city that it is, told them kids, look, y'all sign this confidentiality, and if anybody talk, y'all going to jail. They spooked them with that because they spooked them with that because they told them all y'all are responsible for this. And they told them if anybody talk, y'all going to jail. That's how they spooked them. That's why everybody was so quiet. That security guard said they watched on the monitor when Monique and them walked back in that room. The guys on the hoodie snatched Kenneka back on the elevator, took her to the 11th floor. They watched her go in the room. The security guard said he even went up to the room, according to the letter that he put on the internet. Said he went up to the room, knocked on the door, asked him, "What is that girl here?" And they, somebody with a hoodie. But we always heard the story of the guy with the black hoodie, guys with hoodies. And then we were seeing the footage, training. But there it is again. That's when we was trying to pinpoint when did the Jalen Ford live get filmed. We couldn't pinpoint that. So now we know. It got filmed. That same night. But here's another question. Where in the hell did they find the time to put Jaden Ford in the exact same type of clothes that Irene was wearing?
Damn, this confirmed it even more. Now, if he talking about they changing clothes, let me read that he mentioned changing clothes. Oh, man, it's over with. This, it's over with. You talking about a video, then you went from a filming a video to them changing clothes, and you pointed Monifa there too. You saying the same thing what this lady telling this person. And y'all clearly ain't got no, y'all don't know each other. It ain't like I can see they know, but these two different motherfuckers saying the same thing. So it's him.
This here had to go down pretty quick. This had to go down real quick. And I'm going to tell y'all something. If it's any truth to what the security guard saying that they watched on the surveillance footage, Kenneka going into the room with the trainees, if it's any truth to that, then that means that Jaden Ford and them is heavily responsible as well. We know that got to be Jaden Ford and them because we saw Monifa and them in the footage with Jaden Ford. And y'all, let me tell you something about Jaden Ford. Let me tell y'all something about Jaden Ford. Now, y'all saw that
He know Jalen Ford personally. The way he talking, he know Jalen Ford personally. That just really confirmed this to me. Somebody need to you know what I'm talking about?
whole aftermath video I put up today of Jaden 4 accident. And we see the blue jean clothes laying on the thing on in the picture or whatever. My opinion is Jaden 4 was being chased. Jaden 4 was being chased. They was being chased. That's how that accident happened, if you ask me.
But he was the one chasing Jalen Ford. You see what I'm talking about? It would make sense. Who would want to do something to Jalen Ford? Him? But Jalen Ford suddenly probably have video that he don't want nobody else to see. What was all going on at that hotel that night? You see what I'm saying?
But if you look at, here's where we use our common sense. If you look at when Jaden Ford got arrested, and I'm looking at it now, just give me 1 second. Okay, let's just go right here to one article dealing with that car crash. It said Jalen Ford 19 was how bad the accident was, because was her getting killed a message to somebody else? Did she get killed because of somebody else's problem, or what somebody else did? Because that's over.
Yeah, you sure ain't lying, cause he got a whole lot of picture of them. He pulled so many up on him. I'm like, damn. How long he sat down and searched for these little boys? You see what I'm saying? And shit, he had to sit down for a minute to pull all that shit up. And he on that boy page all fucking day, looking for some kind of information and shit. And then it looked like when he did pull it up, it like he took all the good pictures, the good pictures out of the boy and shit, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, here go Jalen Ford, y'all, and all that old shit. I'm like, man, that nigga had some relation with Jalen Ford. Jalen Ford probably got some bomb ass head, some sweet booty, you know what I'm talking about? I don't know when it comes to this, I don't know. I don't even want to be talking about this, but it just, Jalen Ford might know how to shake that rock, goddamn. I don't know what kind of tricks he got with those cheeks. Make these niggas want to run them off the road. You know what I'm saying? Make them niggas be like, damn, the head so good, I had to let the boy film me. You know, I don't know. I'm just trying to see how this could be. So that's the way I'm seeing this shit.
Overkill. And then I'm gonna tell y'all, that's why she couldn't go back up there with them, because she was doing that live with Jalen Ford now. And listen, didn't I just release the video? I just did a video this week saying how it was all fake when they arrested Monifa. Now y'all see why. Now y'all see why. They had to get out of there. Okay, come on now. You're going too far. You're doing too much. So to whisk her off into the jail cell, that was fake. I kept telling y'all when we was watching all this stuff, when it first happened, emotions were high. So now a couple years down the line, we sit back and we watching it with a different eye. We got a different view, different mindset, different understanding. Things are more clearer. We looking at things different now. We seeing the same footage, but we watching the same footage, but we seeing it totally different now.
So look, watch this game. Since we know Marco was at that hotel and he in cahoots with the security and the staff member there with Irene, right? These people staff members and they work at that job, right? Keep that in mind. So when it comes to surveilling footage, when it comes to editing, we'll know who will be editing. Marco, right? Marco, since he the cameraman, that's what he do. That's what he do for a living. He shoot photographer videos, photographer photos. He playing weddings and shit. You know, he do weddings and party clubs and all this, so you know how he know how to edit it. Then I show y'all some of the tricks that he did when it came to editing, with the blurring out pictures and shit and blurring out people in the footage. Now check this out. Listen to this girl what she said about the video being edited in the beginning. So the whole time when she was talking about this, how the way the video was edited, guess who she talking about? Look, guess who she'll be talking about?
It cannot be me tripping. This has to be something. I am coming to you guys today with some information that I think is going to help us all be able to put together the puzzle and the mystery of the Kenneka Jenkins death, okay? I am going to start off by saying thank you so much to all of you all who have been working so hard with getting information and even reaching out to certain people and actually being able to have a conversation with some of these people that have a little bit more knowledge than we do. And the reason why I'm saying that is because it is the very reason that I was able to discover what I've discovered. So I was watching a YouTube video and there was a guy that was a YouTuber that was talking to a guy on the phone.
Don't that sound familiar? It's a YouTuber guy talking to another YouTuber on the phone. Who always be doing that? Right? Who always do that, gang? Who always record themselves talking to other YouTubers? Right? See what I'm saying? We know who was doing that. Marco and them doing this shit, right? They the only one record. He'll jump on the phone with Rob and they'll try to like they done linked up. It's like they try to get the impression like they linking up for justice for Kenneka. You know what I'm talking about? That's how they were trying to do it, right? So look, watch this. So just keep this in mind. Guess and straight dropping them too, right? Keep that in mind. Now, guess who when it come to the footage, right? And then we know Stray Drop, Marco now, who she talking about when it come to editing the footage?
Now this is not the video with the girl and the guy talking and him breaking stuff down. This is not that video. This is a male YouTuber who actually was talking on the phone to another male, and what he was talking about in the video, a lot of people let the shit go over their head because of the fact we were more so focused, and I'm not just gonna say a lot, it was me too, but we were more so caught up in trying to understand how the hell he knew what he knew, all the information that he was saying, you know, that was going on. It was kind of like, was he a part of this? Like, was he, how you know all of this that was going on?
Now look how Shell intuition was like that. Did you know all of this? Was you a part of this shit? And now we know that these people is a part of this shit, right? Y'all see this shit is serious. We exposing these folks, gang. Come on, y'all. Watch this shit.
And so, for some strange reason, I decided to go back and look at the video again, okay? And actually listen to understand what he was trying to say rather than listening to actually have a response to what he had to say. So, what caught my ear in particular was when he started to talk about the video edits. And when he said this, it immediately caught my attention, right? And what he said made so much sense that I almost like dropped the phone in disbelief. Like, how have we not realized this? And I'm almost 100% sure that there are people out here who have realized this that have not come out and said anything, just out of the fear of their safety, or just because they're, you know, maybe camera shy or whatever the case may be. But I'm sure that I'm not the only person. So what he said in this video was that, not verbatim, but he said something is this: the video that we're seeing is an edited version of events that took place that night. However, it is not the edited version of the events in which we believe has taken place, such as the fact that there was an actress walking down the hallway pretending to be Kenneka, or the fact that there was other people in the hallway carrying her. I'm sorry, there were other people in the hallway like walking her to the kitchen. He was basically saying that is not what's going on. That's not at all what's going on. And for us to wake up to understand that this is just a video in which never even took place at the hotel that night. None of this that we're seeing her walking down the hallway, staggering in the hallways, walking in the kitchen, none of it ever happened. What he was saying is that it is just photos inside of photos on top of more photos of Kenneka to create the image of Kenneka walking down the hallways, okay? Doesn't make sense, you know, when you first hear that, because you're like, how the hell are they taking pictures on top of pictures to do that? Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. But then when you come to think about it, it's kind of like a puzzle. It's like a puzzle piece in which they put together to create an illusion, okay? Now, what I believe they did is that they took pictures of Kenneka that night. After Kenneka was passed out and or dead, someone took photos, okay? And in these photos, what they did was they created the image of her standing up, and then the image of her walking. Now, a lot of people may think that just takes...
Now y'all heard that? Check this out. And we know these people in the beginning gave us Photoshop pictures and Photoshop pictures, right? Think about the footage. Cause if they was a part of it, you don't think they was behind that office helping Risco and them how to do this shit? You see what I'm saying? Listen to what she's saying, right? Cause look, like she said, you could take pictures of Kenneka laying down and put her in position to make her walk. Once you look at the footage, just look at it. On the footage, she's standing up, but if you think about her laying down, you know what I'm saying? That's why it's like she was protecting herself, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you get what I'm saying? That's why the walk looked different. That's why it probably looked like it was zigzag. Because the way it's zigzag, it gives you illusion that she walking hitting wall to wall. You see what I'm saying? It's hard to explain what I'm trying to say, because it's basically saying the same thing, what she's saying. And it's basically what she basically telling y'all, that look at the people who put the narrative out there, then explain it. You know what I'm saying? And these the same people that were behind this shit. You see there? That's all it was. And this was first in the beginning. See what I'm saying? This was all the way in the beginning.
that's just entirely too much. It'll take too much work, but not really. Because if you pay attention to the kitchen footage, to the hallway footage before she walks into the kitchen, and to the footage in which we see her before even getting downstairs by the freezer or by the kitchen, she looks the same. She's staggering the same. She's hits the wall on cue, same, in every single video. But the only difference is that some of those videos which caught our eyes, which is when, you know, we were saying how when she was in the kitchen it looked like somebody had to be guiding her, because there was no way she could stand up and walk like that. Well, the problem with that is that it was never anyone guiding her. In fact, she was never even walking, okay? What it is that this is the same, we're looking at the same exact video over and over again, just placed in a different place in the hotel. And because there is no wall for her to fall back on, or because there is no rail for her to grab, and because there is no there is no camera of her when she's in the kitchen. You know how that image of her when she looks directly up and she's looking directly in the camera before she passes it? That's exactly what we're seeing her do in the kitchen as well, right? So when she has her head back and she walks to the kitchen, she walks toward the freezer, and she gets right in that little area before she disappears, like completely out of the damn kitchen. She has her head back as if she was just like it was when we seen her in the hallway walking past that camera. So what that means is that that's the same exact video. It's the same exact video, just her placed in a different area of the hotel. So it wouldn't take much time for them to just create the image of her walking. Once they've created that, they can place her anywhere they want.
Now check this out. Watch this game. Whatever she had away, she just broke it down. Now watch what I'm finna show you with this video. Right? Cause keep this in mind, cause everybody, I was looking at her foot and I'm like, damn, she look like she got the same movement on each footage. If you really paying attention of the body movement. You see what I'm saying? That's why they keep talking about, yeah, look at it's people around her, but they just don't want you to pay attention to how her body actually moves. You see what I'm saying? So look, watch this video when she talk about this. What she talking about?
What's up, YouTube? So today I just wanted to come to you and show just how easy it is to manipulate footage. This
Watch how easy this is, gang.
picture has been circulating online with Kenneka and her friend Monifa. Now, I am no professional at all when it comes to editing. I'm still trying to get it together, as you guys can tell. But I Googled or used YouTube and looked up a video on how to edit someone out of footage. I do own Photoshop, purchased it a while ago, never used it. I thought it was too complex, but watching this guy's video, it literally took me about 30 to 45 minutes and I was able to completely crop Monifa out. So here's the picture that is circulating online. Here's my Photoshop. Here's what I did. Now, I even left a little bit unfinished just so I can show you what I did. So here we go here. So I go to my stamp, Alt, and press whatever color it is I'm trying to manipulate, which I'm going to do the brown just to fill her sleeve here, and click. Literally that simple to edit Monifa out, just as simple as coloring her in. If you wanted to do the blue again, just Alt, click. Now you've got your blue, and that's the color you're messing with. If I wanted to add the
That's how straight dropping them food does. Doing it like this. So look, y'all see that, right? You see how easy that was?
the creases here on her sleeve, same thing. Just click where I want the darker color, and I can put it here, whatever the case may be. So that's just to give you an example of how easy it is to manipulate the footage. Let me go out. Look at that. If you were scrolling around on, Facebook, Instagram, whatever, and you saw this, you wouldn't think anything by it. You would really think that this was just a footage of some.
You see how she just took Monifa out? Look at the photo. You wouldn't even tell Monifa was right there. See what I'm talking about?
Some girl in the bathroom by herself. You would have never thought that there was someone standing here. There was a broom handle here. I got rid of the broom and completed the bracelet. And keep in mind, this is my first time ever using Photoshop. And handle here, I got rid of the bed. There was someone standing here. There was a broom handle here. Never thought that there was someone standing here. There was a broom handle here. I got rid of the broom and
What a coincidence! She talking about a broom. You see what I'm talking about? So look, when you think about Kenneka footage, right? Look how easy you can manipulate the photo. Now let's go to this right quick. Watch this, gang.
Oh, man, the biggest bees in here for bank.
Y'all already in my love. I'm gonna get into that girl over there. What girl? I'm from my corner, man.
Everybody face clear except for Kenneka. Everybody face clear on the video except for Kenneka. Everybody's face on this video is clear except for Kenneka. Look, you see how Kenneka look? Watch this.
I'm gonna get into that girl over there. What girl? I'm from my corner,
So when I watched that video, I'm like, I don't think that's Kenneka right there. Cause Kenneka won't be standing right there while Monifa talking about put her in the freezer. You see what I'm saying? It make a lot of sense now. You see what I'm saying? Everybody, you can see everybody's face except for Kenneka. That's how you know the motherfucker fuck with. Just because her face blurred. Look. And she ain't even talking on this footage. Look. I'm finna play TY whole live video. Watch how you gonna see everybody else's face.
Are you ready for football? No, really. Are you? Are you screaming?
What's up, gang? What's going on?
Oh, man, the biggest bees in here for bank.
Y'all my right in my left, baby. Yeah, for sure. What you better know is it's big B. Get that put out. It's big B for Biggie too, but you know I already know. That gyro shit dead in here tonight. That gyro shit dead in here tonight.
I'm from the Renegade. We Renegade.
We crazy crew, baby. Big C.
Hey, didn't you say turn the music off, folks? Y'all don't listen, folks.
Jump out.
Don't listen, folks. Don't listen, folks.
That's right, you know this. Okay, I'm reloaded. Fuck with the Gucci. I'm good, I'm Gucci. I'm weak too strong. Fuck everybody. I'm in my own zone, nigga. And everybody see me, I'm wet and rolling. Toot the president, and rolling.
Cha-cha, what's up, folks? What's up? Hold on.
I'm gonna get into that girl over there. What girl? That? I'm from my corner, man.
That just shows you that something wrong with this live. They talking about putting that girl in the freezer. I'm Kenneka standing right here. If you think she would just be standing right here like hell no. See what I'm saying? Then you hear the girl talking about who in there raping her. They talking like if she ain't even in the room. You see what I'm saying? And this finna go on at 1 o'clock. Cause keep this in mind, in about 10, 15 minutes later, you finna have balls pop up in the lobby.
Show right in the corner on the phone. Hey, where that cup is, folks?
Then they say call Bree. So that means Bree somewhere in the hotel. And this going on one song. Cause remember this. The police never said Bree walked in the room. The police report never said Bree walked in the room when they first got there. See what I'm talking about? Ain't that strange? And then they'll say nothing about, man. So when I think about this, what Marco was talking about, what he was doing, how she edited the photos.
Completed the bracelet. And keep in mind, this is my first time ever using Photoshop, and I was able to recreate the bracelet, eliminate the broom, and the person standing over here. So without a question, I definitely believe her footage.
So why would a broom would be in the room? Look how shit started becoming relevant now. I ain't want to mention the broomstick, but since I heard it, it's gotta be true or something. Cause the broom is not supposed to be in no room. So what was the broom for?
Could have been manipulated. You know, they've got the pros on their side, so who knows what they could have done, especially given they didn't turn the tapes over immediately. But I just wanted to show you guys that, let you see it's really simple, and get your thoughts about the whole situation. Do you guys think the footage has been manipulated? In the footage where she's in the freezer walking in the kitchen, she rounds the corner. It almost looks like someone puts their arm out around her waist. I don't know, like it just looks funky that right before the video cuts out, you see her hair, like I don't know, something weird there. That I don't know if it's a quick shift of the hair edit because it, you know, they eliminated the person and they didn't put the hair back. Something's up with that shot to me. What do you guys think? Like, comment, subscribe.
My degree from WGU has been completely instrumental in me being where I'm at.
See, she was trying to, you know what I'm talking about? Oh, you talking about that's a towel that's behind Kenneka. That's on the floor. That's a towel they had covering up the door for the weed smoke. And the reason why you see it in the view like that, because somebody opened up the door and moved the towel and then put the towel back up under the door. You see what I'm saying?
These are photos that they took and had to Photoshop it so that they can create the image of Kenneka, and these people just so happen.
Now she's saying the same thing what this other YouTuber saying. So check this out. If we all come together, learn how to Photoshop and all of this shit, you see what I'm saying? Cause quite eventually they use that shit against us. That's scary. Man, they pulled it off. They pulled that shit off. Look how all the evidence go back to these niggas, really. You know what I'm saying? And then check this out. I was trying to tell everybody, like, man, you don't know what these folk got in mind now. All hell finna break loose. Cause think about how you think they feel about this live right now. They know the truth out. They gonna be scared. It's something to happen. Wait till the police and them be like, shit. The world know now. Might as well go on and start the investigation and reopen the case. See what I'm saying? So look, they tricked us with the Photoshop, right? Possibly edit live video. See what I'm talking about? Then look, I've been stressing this for a month now. I said, y'all, look, is they gonna upload footage? I've been saying this for about a month, right? And we know all these YouTubers watch Trey Gang. We know that for a fact. And they see what Trey Gang doing. They know Trey Gang put that time stamp together. They know Trey Gang lacking on the footage for right now. And they got all the footage. And I've been asking for a month. Nobody don't want to upload their footage. Right? Don't nobody want to upload. They say they J for K, right? So that means that ain't J for K. Cause look, I'm gonna go into a week. Look, look at this shit. Hold on, who that is? Oh shit, they go custom design crazy. So look, they got footage. Now all of a sudden they ain't watching me no more. He ain't got no footage. He just be talking on the mic. And remember this lady right here, she still trying to say Kenneka was fake. She still trying to say Kenneka fake. And she looked just like that lady that was working in the kitchen talking to Friends Cave in the restaurant. You see what I'm saying? She the only one still saying this shit fake. Look who you got Edward John. Look, leave no witness. This the distraction. See that game? Wow. Found Kenneka in 3 different spots. Boy, they could come up with the titles because they still ain't showing you what the fuck going on. Look, anniversary. Fuck all that. Drop that parking lot footage. You see that? No parking lot footage. Look, this the same story Straight Drop was coming out with. Look, this Straight Drop narrative. So they still want y'all to believe this shit.
Stop overwearing your contacts just to save money and get 30 Hubble Daily lenses for just $1.
Look.
But yeah, so what this is the footage of that, where they took it at. Like it was on 9/9 at 4:24, which is, remember we seen J Money? I think he walked in around 3.
See that shit? Straight bunch of bullshit. Beating around the timeline. Now look at this. If you would have common sense, the first thing you would have been on top of this. Bam. 4:24. Woo. This at 2 in the morning. This at 2 in the morning. Watch how smart this is. Since we know for a fact that this 2 in the morning, watch this game. If that's 2 in the morning and Kenneka done made her way in the kitchen, watch this game. One video finna tell it all. Y'all should know what I'm finna go with on this one. Since we got the timeline accurate, watch how I'm finna go to this. Hold on. Watch how easy it is for me. Watch this. Watch this. Hold on, come on and load my video up now. Damn, I ain't gonna load my video up. Watch how they caught red-handed, gang. Hold up. It's coming up, gang. It should be coming up. Man, what going on? Hold up. I think I got it now. Since we talking about the timeline and we got employees in the kitchen. Damn, they doing the same shit. Damn, they really messing with my shit now. Come on now, give me my playlist. But they know where I'm finna go to with this shit. Hold on. Wait a minute, gang. God damn. Man, they won't let me. Hold on, well, give me 1 minute, gang. I'm finna find it in a minute. I gotta do it like this. Man, y'all, they playing with my shit, gang. They making it hard for me to pull this shit up. Damn, man, this what I be talking about, man. Damn, I gotta go on my phone and do this shit like this. Cause, man, this don't even make no sense. Hold on, y'all, I'm on my phone pulling it up on my phone right here. Cause in my playlist, it ain't going nowhere. I just want y'all see how YouTube playing with this shit down there. Oh yeah, it's coming up now. It should be right up in here or something. Well, be right here. Hold on, gang. Hold on. All right. Right here. Now, what I just showed, look, check this out. I just showed y'all the timeline of what the lead no witness showed in the kitchen, employees in the kitchen. And that was at 4 something, right? And keep this in mind, 4 something is 2 something on the footage, right? Simple as that. Watch what the lawyer said.
We have gathered, fortunately, more video than they initially released, and it gives us a better picture of what was going on around the hotel. Amazingly, it seems to me that there were hotel staff that I would expect she should have encountered because she was in their actual operating kitchen. She was in several hotels, and we can see in various portions of the video footage employees that would have been in some of the same rooms that she was in as she kind of went through the rooms.
So you see that they would have been in the same rooms. Did you see any interaction between her and hotel staff in the footage that you watched?
I did not see any interaction, and we'll have to follow up with identifying the names of those employees to see exactly what they saw. But again, in the kitchen, for instance, you see someone in there mopping the kitchen. Also in the kitchen, you see someone who appears to be preparing some food. These are people who.
Y'all heard that? He saying this where the employees was in the kitchen. Look, they said she was last seen on surveillance camera going into the kitchen. So when you go back to lead no witness, listen.
You would expect to have encountered her or at a minimum seen her as she went through the kitchen.
So watch this. Y'all see this shit? Look.
3 something. Remember, it was like 3:10.
See that? 2:20. No wonder. And look at you got people in the fucking kitchen. Larry Rogers just proved it. I just proved it. These motherfuckers was in the kitchen. You see what I'm saying? And that's why Straight Drop came up with the the ice machine killer. You see what I'm saying? Look at the ops. I'm showing you the tactic how they doing it. They'll show you the footage just to throw it out to see if anybody will pick up on, look how if you want to know about the K, look, the timeline. Look how simple it just asks this question.
So were they seen in the same frames as Kenneka, or they're just seen in other video in the kitchen around the same time? I'm just trying to piece together whether or not they actually may have laid eyes on her.
I cannot say that they laid eyes on her because they are not in the same frame.
Okay.
Again, it's going to require further investigation, but those are some of the things that we're looking into.
There's a man who says that he's working with the family.
Now y'all heard what he just said? Kenneka not in the same frame. So what they just told us? Kenneka is in this kitchen. Kenneka is in this kitchen while they working. See what I'm saying? Kenneka was in this kitchen while they was working. Cause once you go to this, look gang, look at this shit. Watch this. Boom. There you go, gang. Now look what you will see when you roll all the footage together, and look what it showed. Look what timestamp. Let me go back to Tucson on this footage. Look. You see this shit? Then you got this. All of this happening at the same time. Look. You see that? And check this out. These people just told you Kenneka is in the kitchen with staff member, and this where she was at. Listen to what he said about which kitchen she was at.
Family, Andrew Holmes.
Initially released, it gives us a better picture of what was going on around the hotel. Amazingly, it seems to me that there were hotel staff that I would expect she should have encountered because she was in their actual operating kitchen.
She was in the operating kitchen. She was in the operating kitchen. Now look. Since you know Kenneka is somewhere, look. They either moved her through her and had to stop because of the shift change. And they couldn't get her to the freezer. That was explain why Risco and them had to keep running down in this fucking area. Uh-oh. The lawyer just incriminated himself and said this is where she at. Not in the kitchen upstairs. Cause this paperwork says she walked past several hotel employees at Tucson. If you want to go with threesome, be my guest. It's still gonna show the same thing on the footage, right? And what else you said?
She was in several hotels, and we can see in various portions of the video footage employees that would have been in some of the same rooms that she was in as she kind of went through the rooms.
Some of the employees. Look how this shit standing out now. I know why.
Would have been in some of the same rooms that she was in as she kind of went through the rooms. She was in several hotels, and we can see in various portions of the video footage employees that would have been in some of the same rooms that she was in as she kind of.
What employees he talking about? Uh-oh. And he got his coffee cup in his hand and headed to the fucking kitchen. You see this? Cause look what's going downstairs. You see that? Hey y'all. But this what an op gonna do, right? Watch how the op just beating around the bush with it.
Police, and they walked in, and they were already found the body. And that was at 11 p.m. or 11:30 p.m. on the
Then the nigga sound like he on drugs. Then he sound like he had hell on some heroin or something. Cause it's a downer. Heroin or some goddamn Perkins or something. You see what I'm saying? And if you were looking at the time, what the lawyer said, Kenneka down here with employees, and he said it's gonna be other employees in portions of the video in this area. So when you think about that, right, When I told y'all about the freezer keys, you know what I'm saying? Look what the lawyer said. They got the timestamp when they actually locked her in the freezer. Ain't this the time? Look, once you go here to this footage.
So you see that they would have been in the same rooms. Did you see any interaction between her and hotel staff in the footage that you watched?
I did not see any interaction, and we'll have to follow up with identifying the names of those employees to see exactly what they saw. But again, in the kitchen, for instance, you see someone in there mopping the kitchen. Also in the kitchen, you see someone who appears to be preparing some food. These are people who you would expect to have encountered her or at a minimum seen her as she went through the kitchen area.
So were they seen in the same frames as Kenneka, or they're just seen in other video in the kitchen around the same time? I'm just trying to piece together what.
Now y'all heard what that man just said. That's what they gonna do. Expose they motherfucking self. You see what I'm saying? It don't take all this filters and all this shit. It's a distraction to get your time, get your mind off the motherfucking time. He doing the same shit Straight Drop doing. He ain't showing the parking lot footage. He ain't even showing you around the time that's really suspect. You see what I'm saying? And he ain't finna upload nothing that's gonna get that girl justice. He gonna beep around all this because just listen to his voice.
The night. So it was before this. It had to be because, yeah. Let me get the video. I could show you.
Listen to what you just said. Who the fuck would prepare food in the kitchen at that time? You gotta vent her, right? It's a party still going on if you got the chef on duty in the kitchen. So this means this kitchen wasn't even closed. So this where my experiment come in with the hotel. Y'all remember that dude that was mopping the floor, sweeping the floor? The kitchen was open. The chef could have been across the street at the convention center, you know what I'm saying, serving their client. Because somebody still need food, right? That's why they still preparing food in the kitchen. And you got the employee just, you know what I'm talking about, keeping it clean. You see what I'm saying? They was working in this kitchen when the girl walked through. That's what they boastfully told you. When Kenneka was down here, they was down here. When Monique and them, look, do I got to show y'all this? Look. Really? Why you think they were going downstairs? Look at the time. You see this? Look at the time. And look at this time. You see this shit? And you want to know why they went in the kitchen? Come on. You got employees in the kitchen. Why they going down there in the kitchen? And the lawyer basically told you
Whether or not they actually may have laid eyes on her.
I cannot say that they laid eyes on her because they are not in the same frame.
Okay.
Again, that's going to require further investigation, but those are some of the things that we're looking into.
There's a man who says that he's working with the family, Andrew Holmes, who's a community activist. He claims that the police department actually showed him some video, and that in that video he saw Kenneka walking into the freezer. Did you?
Check this out. This the problem. I'm finna end this shit right now. Ain't nobody listening to what the fuck I just said. You still sitting up here talking about where the food at? If you would have watched the video, right? Eventually you finna see the food. You ain't even watched the whole video. That's the whole purpose of this video. The clock just showing you they in the kitchen. If he got it on her,
But I can
I'm a business
see that's what I'm saying, man. This nigga her doing the most.
not a baby woman. Taxi! We have a boardroom full of executives.
I see him behind this fake ass shit right here. He's looking at him, like watching him. This is whatever this is. That didn't look so wide. Now he looks like.
Now who the y'all see who that is right here, right? Look. Then once you go to her, look. See that game? Y'all see that? Now, you got that's why Straight Drop had to come out with this ice machine. Cause this where Kenneka at. Now y'all see, it's not that she getting choked right here. It's not that she getting choked right here. She just in this area fucked up. And they just coming with a narrative and telling you she getting strangled in this area. She could have got strangled in this area, but you is not finna see it right here. Point exactly. Right? That's why you think, look, why you think he named his channel Leave No Witnesses? Sound like a threat, ain't it?
No.
See that? Look. Oh, shit. No wonder. He tried to do the same shit that I did. Now look, he tried to do the same shit. Man, know that man tried to do the same shit that I did. Man, this hating ass nigga. Hold on. I'm finna get up out this junk gang. I'm hot. I'm tired. He did the same shit I did. I don't know where my video at. Right here. You see it? God damn. That's when I was putting that hoe in the editing tool. I'm like, damn. It look like there's blood all around her. Because once you look at the flow, you see what I'm saying? So when I'm looking at the flow, I'm like, damn, look what's going on. And check this out, right? So keep this in mind. They know what's going on. They need to keep that narrative the way Straight Dropping them got it. You see what I'm talking about? Because somebody's still benefiting. Somebody still want this shit to go away. You know what I'm talking about? Somebody's still out here. So once you figure out the time, you can't deny why they went downstairs into the kitchen with employees preparing food.
Did you see any of that in the video that you were shown?
We did not, and that was a huge bone of contention, quite frankly. It's unclear to us why they showed the it appears that that was not accurate.
There's also, as we watch this video, obviously when we see Kenneka in the video earlier in the night versus the way we see her walking, she's clearly impaired later on in the evening. I know her mom says that friends said she had, quote, 1 cup. What was that 1 cup of? Was it alcohol? Is the thinking that perhaps that may have been laced with something?
Yeah, that's something that we have not been able to verify or validate yet. She is disoriented as you see her walk through the hallways, and that should have been apparent to anyone who encountered her. Let me also point out, you mentioned video footage of the kitchen. That is not the kitchen where she was ultimately found. She was found in an abandoned kitchen that apparently has not been used for years, but for some unknown reason, the hotel left available and accessible, and for an even stranger reason, they seem to leave a freezer on in the back corner of that abandoned kitchen. So those are things, trying to figure out exactly why it was accessible at all, and then secondly, why that freezer was on.
Right, and I know those are answers you're trying to get from the hotel. I want to point out we've reached out to the hotel as well. We have not heard back.
Man, that's sad. Man, that's messed up. So all they did was protect what happened at one something, and they had to, and then she got attacked in the pool area. So it was like, when they got her out the pool area, they put her somewhere in the basement, and they were trying to just say they put her somewhere on the lower level kitchen, round to where the employees worked at. Cause once you see them jetted and leave the hotel, Crown Plaza got to move the body. Let's say they moved the body halfway, Monique from them, and got it to the lower level. Then they broke out and left them hanging. And then it would make sense why the staff member would be talking like this. Cause they running in and out the kitchen at this time. And this at 3:30. And we know what's on their mind. Mm-mm. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back, gang. You see what I'm talking about? I done proved my point. I done solved the hell out this case. You see what I'm saying? All this shit was to protect 1 o'clock. You know what I'm talking about? If you check this out, it ain't even no more questions. It'll be impossible for you to be like, Trey guy, what happened right here? Trey guy, what happened? I don't want to hear that shit. If you still got questions, that mean, man, you bullshitting with the foot. You should have the timeline down pat. This at 3:36. Look, it explains why you see him. Him. You see what I'm saying? Hold on. Hold on, gang. Wait a minute. What you say, what you say, Pretty Page Twin? Who took Kenneka in the kitchen? Monique, Maya, or Bree Bree? I got an answer for that. The block button. Cause your ass blocked for life. Asking me that dumbass shit. Anybody else goddamn it? It's about the 6th time you done that dumb shit in the chat. Asking dumbass questions and shit. With new pages and shit. That's who did that. The block button. So yeah, gang. See, that's what they do. Keep that in mind, y'all. That's the number one tactic in the case, right? That's how you play dumb. When you ask those kind of questions, cause look at the questions that people asking that you could really ask your damn self. You see what I'm saying? They gonna do like for prime example, they'll do little shit like, let's go over the footage. All right, guys, let's start from the beginning. Oh, they finna be all like, so look, if they said she walked in the kitchen and we know how she gets in there, you know those kind of questions now. You know what I'm talking about? It's like it's dumbing you back down. You know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. But yeah, gang. I'm getting on up out there, John. Man, Trey gang love y'all. Y'all be cool. Y'all be safe, y'all. You know what I'm talking about? Appreciate the cash app and the super chat, gang. You know what I'm talking about? And I'll be back later. I don't know, man, cause you know what I'm talking about. I don't know. I really don't know, man, cause I'm finna slack up for a little minute, y'all, cause I ain't gotta work that much hard no more. Now y'all got enough information, man, to keep this shit going. You see what I'm talking about? Y'all got enough information, you know what I'm saying, to keep that girl name alive. Y'all got enough information about the timeline. You see what I'm saying? With the time alone. You see what I'm saying? I'ma just sit back and watch this shit play out. I'm finna see how this shit. I'm finna see if people really took this shit serious and gonna represent this girl justice, man. We know what's going on in the footage. We ain't blindsided no more. Cause check this out. All you just gotta do is start from one song. Look, watch this. This'll be. Check this out. And that go for my Mars, everybody. You see what I'm talking about? But check this out. We gonna start from one something. Look, this my timeline right here at one song. This my timeline right here, one something, not three something. And watch this to 1 o'clock, right? 2 o'clock, right? All the way to 3 o'clock, right? And check this out. You got employees coming out the kitchen, and you got employees in the lower level kitchen. So why would ask me and say, Trey Gang, what's going on? The footage show you everything. You just let a motherfucker talk you out or watching the whole 36-hour footage. You see what I'm? That's the cold part about these folks talk y'all out watching the footage. And you can easily just watch this shit yourself, man. You know, that's what I'm mad about. You can do this shit yourself. Y'all can do this shit for y'allself now. You know what I'm telling you? Man, that was, I know Kenneka was turning up motherfucking grave. If you want to know why she ain't got justice yet, that's one of the main fucking reasons. You see what I'm talking about? If you deny the community, you deny the unity. God damn it. There's no script. You got everybody with their own theories. And got so comfortable with it. Yeah, I think this happened. Yeah, I think this happened. Girl, did you hear this? Yeah, girl, did you hear that? Nothing but a bunch of talk. You see what I'm saying? And watch this. Instead of you doing your own research, you still gonna run into an op. That's the cold part about it. You gonna run into another op. You see what I'm saying? Hmm. Man, y'all click on that girl page. Right here. You can go right here and be like, damn, what the lawyer said again? He said, what? Kenneka was in the kitchen.
Did you see any of that in the video that you were shown?
We did not, and that was a huge point of contention, quite frankly. It's not clear to us why they showed video footage to anyone other than the family, before the family, and then that claim that he saw her walk into the freezer on video was something we requested and never received, and it appears that was not accurate.
There's also, as we watch this video, obviously when we see...
The lawyer just said it out his mouth of her walking in the freezer. Listen, watch this. Watch how these people still gonna say how she walked in the freezer by herself. Or you gonna have people still gonna make videos of her walking to the freezer with a title on that she's not alone. And he clearly just told you that ain't even what happened. There's no video of her walking in no freezer. He said they lied about that. Listen out his mouth.
It was not accurate. That we requested and never received, and it appears that was not accurate.
There's also...
See there? That was not accurate of her walking in that freezer. You see what I'm saying? So you still look. Check this out. They said they weren't accurate. She didn't walk back there. That freezer camera will show you who put her in there. It's not to show her walking. It's to show how they put her in there. They just wanted everybody to believe that this kitchen, what you see on the screen, is the lower level kitchen. So basically what they wanted y'all to believe, when Kenneka walked by the ice machine in the kitchen on the lower level, when she came out of camera view, she popped up on this camera going in and walking in the freezer. That's what they tried to get away with. You see what I'm saying? Because why would they do that? Because she in the lower level kitchen. In the kitchen. So they try to make the lower level kitchen connected to this kitchen and said this was the lower level. So when you actually see Kenneka walking in the kitchen downstairs, all they were trying to convince everybody, when she walked through that kitchen downstairs and went to the back of the kitchen, they telling you this was the back of the kitchen. And there's no other way to get right here in this kitchen. And clearly, you got 3 and 4 different ways you can get to this kitchen. You see what I'm talking about? Then you got employees in the kitchen at the same time, and he telling you, come on now, you check this out. Listen to the story. Kenneka walked in the kitchen where people was mopping and preparing food. Since we know that's true, who they were preparing the food for? Cause maybe the people that had something to do with it could have been their venues. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know, guys. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. They ready for y'all now. You don't think they really finna stir the narrative up? They can't even stir this narrative up now. They can't do nothing but expose themselves now. What else they gonna come out with? All they gonna do is play with the footage around, do little shit, right? Hold on. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. Look, everything Straight Drop did in the beginning, they finna come out with it. It's finna be a round 2 of this shit. They finna try real hard now. Chloe got the parking lot footage. Is y'all in there motherfucker watching close? Tell them pull that parking lot footage. Tell Straight Drop pull the parking lot footage. I don't want to talk to nobody that ain't got the parking lot footage. I don't want to see nobody talking about nothing if they ain't talking about what their parking lot footage show between the hours of 1 to 6 o'clock in the morning. I don't want to hear none of this shit. See what I'm talking about? That's the number one footage everybody needs to see. You see what I'm talking about? Yeah.